I want to just talk about what I'm doing right now, which is I have these. I bought 2 watches, a Fleurier. They both happen to be Fleurier brand, which is a town in Switzerland. And one, you can see the dial in the picture. Let's see if I can find it. Fleurier. That's the first one. FLEU. Okay, well, anyway, I can't. I have it. I'll edit it in or whatever. The point is, these watches were $25 each, and I've been working on like trying to get one that works, and then I finally decided, oh, you know what might be cool is just to. And by the way, they both worked when I first got them. The problem is all this tinkering destroys them. So the idea now is I want to have one that is kind of a skeleton, but not a skeleton movement, just like you can see through the case, through the crystal, you can see the movement. And then because I bought a couple of crystals with magnifying lens, the magnifying lens can highlight the date, because it always bothered me the idea of having no dial on the watch if it had a date and you couldn't like discern what the date is. But the magnifying lens, which on this crystal is really cool, it's inside. So that highlights the date that it actually is. So now the issue is just deciding, do either of these movements still work well enough to be reliable? And I think this one does. Oh, it stopped, but I think that's because there's some tension on the... Well, there's a couple of things. I'm not sure it's wound. It might have been tension on the minute hand or the second. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to proceed with what I was up to here before I decide to turn on the recorder. Oh, I forgot to turn on audio. Okay, so I'll turn that on now. I thought I should do one chapter of this video that's like what I have been doing prior to doing this attempt to rebuild the IWC Cal 44, which is just playing around with buying old watches like this Fleurier on my screen, and then cleaning them up and oftentimes, like, I don't recall if this one was working or not. I think this one was working. But basically, the case looked like a mess, and the crystal was scratched, etc. So it's fun to buy a watch like that and pull it apart and then try to make it look nice again without rebuilding the movement, if the movement is working fine anyway. And then eventually, if you get something you like, then you could take it to a watchmaker to have the movement cleaned. But with these, I hadn't got to a point that I liked yet, but I keep making mistakes. So like, on the dial of the other one, because there's some corrosion on it, I kept stripping off layers and layers until it looked interesting along the way down, but eventually I just stripped it down to the bare aluminum, and that looks pretty ugly. I loomed it and I was using it, but then the watch movement stopped. So then I got this idea of just trying to case, because I have 2 cases that are almost identical, 2 watches. They're slightly different because one dial was a pie pan and the other was a little bit lower, so the cases case the movement rings are slightly different. Anyway, it's like endless opportunity for tinkering and wasting time. But the thing I'm going to do now is just continue with this project. I want to make one that's in a case with no face, with no dial at all, and that's working. And then that'll be the end of that project, hopefully. But to do that, I'm close. But I just thought I'd turn on the camera. And again, this is just to kind of explain that this is what led me to the point of trying to rebuild that Cal 44, which I've been thinking about for a long time. But it's not like I never opened a watch before. I just never opened a movement before. And anyway, the thing I want to do now is try to polish these hands before replacing them, before putting them in a case. And I'll probably just destroy them, but again, this learning experience, right? You can see I'm getting something. So the thing about hands is like, they're so tiny, it takes very little to do anything. Okay, I don't think that really helped, but maybe a tiny bit. So the next thing I want to do is I need to decide if either of these movements works. So I guess how to go about that is the question. This one seems to be more likely to work, and this one's in the case. So basically, and that's more likely to work just based on what's been happening in the last few weeks of playing around. So in theory, this yeah, so I don't know why this one doesn't work, but basically I'm going to put this movement in this case. And maybe it's not so difficult now because well, the problem is I need to remove this retaining ring. Okay, and then this, for the time being, this movement is not of interest. And now this movement, I want to put it in, well, actually, I want to put the hands on it. That's why I cleaned them. Oh, the other thing is, I'm trying to find out where the date change is and set that for midnight. There it was. So it's interesting, it's already attached to the gear, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, I can do what I just did, move the whole gear. That feels a little bit late, but I think I'll try it anyway. Yikes. Yeah. I'm just trying to find the date change again. Man, it's not the way to do it. The minute hand is slipping all over because I didn't attach it, but I don't want to attach it yet. I just want it to kind of be loosely attached. Come on. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Why did that happen? Okay, I see what's happening is this gear is riding up. The only thing that's going to hold that gear down ultimately is the minute hand. What's going on here? The date didn't change. See, this is worrisome. There's something wrong with the date change on this. There it goes. But was that? Maybe I'm just trying to. I need to stop doing and to think a little bit. I think I need to. I need to not worry about the hands being in the right position. I need to decide if this movement works when it has no dial, because it might not. It might the dial might be necessary to hold that gear in place. So my belief is that the minute hand should hold everything in place. And is this thing working now? Okay, so I do think that holds it in place, but I also need to get into a movement holder. And that's going to be hard with the hands on there. So right now the hands are randomly placed. But again, I need to figure... God damn it. Sorry. Is that different than this? Oh, that's not even in a moving holder now, because I took it out. And if it is different, that's good actually. Okay, so what I want to do is tricky. Well, it's working now. Probably just from winding it in my hands. That's a good sign. Oh, let's just try the Erotico solution here. Glue that there. What I'm trying to do is make a Erotico case holder, movement holder, that protects the hands but sticks these two pieces together. That should do it. And then I want to Okay, so that's interesting. Because now what we want to do is that still lined up, kind of. I'm going to drop that in the case. I'm going to get to the point where I can set and wind it. Oh wait, I want to put the second hands on. So the only problem is the only second hand I have that's that size now is this one with my radon. Those are my radium hands from the other project. Okay, trying to polish this a little bit. It's going to get hung up on this minute hand. Can tell. Jesus. I am like so violent to these things. It's crazy. So I just want to see if it passes, if the second hand passes the minute hand. Okay, so the problem is more the minute hand than the second hand. Okay, so really what I want to do still, I think it's going to pass this time. So that's in there. Oh, the next thing is that. So I put the crown and stem in. Winding works. Setting works. Okay, so then the other thing about this whole project that is my motivating thing for it is I want to store a terabyte I want to store a terabyte of data inside the watch. So there's a terabyte micro SD card. Auto winding works, but it just got, the second hand just got jammed. But the next thing is just to look at Is this a fool's errand or not? So, of course it is. Okay, the date changed there, so that's cool. Second hand's going to have a hard time crossing the minute hand. Or not. So, I guess... It seems fine, except for how to set the date. I mean, how to set the hands in the right start position. To set midnight and the date change and everything. And then also I'm gonna loom the outer ring. So there'll be loom everywhere except 3 o'clock because there's a hole there. And then I should actually put black dots first, and then so they're indices. So the reason for this experiment was to make sure that the minute hand holds the hour hand and the hour hand holds the gear that otherwise wants to fall off. And it seems like that's going to work fine. So I think that the movement can run without a dial. And if I can figure out how to set the hands to midnight, which is just like normal, except for that gear wants to pop up. But I just have to do it, find midnight, take the hand off, put the hand back on at midnight, put the minute hand on at midnight, and that's that. And then make sure there's no conflict with the second hand and the minute hand. And then that's a working watch. And the whole point of this, again, is that the movement's working, automatic movement's working, and it has a terabyte of storage. So I like that. I wonder if I should start talking. Might be missing a screw. Oh no, I see them. I wonder if I should start talking like like for editing. Up till this point in the video, I'd just talk as if everything is going to be in the edit, so I don't worry about like snippets of information that could be edited together differently and doing retakes while I'm talking. I think the normal way of doing this I'm going to have to learn is just have some pre-planning, have a script, and then do retakes on anything that I'm not comfortable with. So you kind of have to edit in your head. It's interesting, a lot of the watchmaking video people, and I'm not thinking so much about watchmaking videos, I'm thinking more about product demo videos of my camera controllers. But the watchmaking, a lot of the watchmaking videos, they voice over narrate after they're done, so they don't have that problem of like continuity and takes and everything. It's just like visual voiceover after visual, and makes it quite easier. I didn't think of that. The problem with the camera system, you can do things that look more polished and have more personality attached to them, but you have to have a strong sense of either doing it all in one take, which is very hard to do for short, efficient videos, or doing it as a voiceover. And if you do it as a voiceover, you don't want your face in the shot because you're not cutting to yourself when you're talking, so it's weird. It's weird if every time you cut yourself, you're not talking. So I don't really have a solution to that, but it's a thing to note. And right now I don't really care, so I'm not gonna. Well, I could do some take. No, I'll do another video. I'm kind of psyched about this though. Once this is set for the correct time. So I'll get it set for the right time, and then how to mark the indices also. It's going to be interesting. Okay, I'm going to stop for now. I'll probably do one more. I don't think it's that important to show painting on the loom, but it'd be cool to show this off when it's done. So maybe that'll be my next video. So now I'm going to put some of what I learned from the Cal 44 experience to work, hopefully, on this. This is a ETA 2472 automatic movement. And it's having a problem that the hands are not moving. The second hand is moving, but the hour and minute hands are not moving. And I think it's just that the setting mechanism is not returning all the way it should to running mode. Because when you put it in setting mode, you can move the hands manually, and it's removed from the drive of the movement. And when you return return it to regular drive, the hands should engage, but the hands are not engaging. So I have two theories about that. One is that I need to simply put a tiny bit of oil on it. And the other is that I need to open the back and look at if something is out of place with that. We'll have three actually. Oil, see if something's out of place, but also check the length of the stem. So the first one I'm going to try is oil, but I forgot to grab the oil. Oh, maybe it's here actually. No. Okay, so in order to get the stem out, to try the oil thing, I'm gonna remove the strap. Open the back. One of the cool things about this watch is it has a 1 terabyte storage capacity. Okay, so now I've got the stem out. I can look at it. Seems pretty clean. So now I don't want to put too much oil on it. So I just put the very tip, just tiny bit of oil, because I don't want to create a situation where I inject a bunch of oil in there, and then the oil starts going places I don't want it to go. That was a good clicking action. Normally, if I put the case back on, I would use some case back gasket grease, but I just did that recently, and I'm doing this temporarily to see if that happens to have made the situation any better. So what we need to do is maybe set it and then see if we see it moving, the minute hand. So I would say it's not moving. There's another thing I can do actually though, which is I have an extra crown and stem for this watch because I had two. And the reason I'm trying to go for the easiest possible solution first. I just want to check this one again because so all I did was I turned that screw and I realized it could have been a little bit tighter. Just look at that again. I'm just looking at that minute hand across where it crosses the number 31 because if it's moving you'll see it move pretty quick. So see, now it's moving. So it may just be that I have to make sure that that engages. After setting it. Okay, so let's assume for now that's going to work. The next thing I want to do is the hands are not calibrated to midnight correctly. And then eventually I'm gonna paint loom dots on the on something. Either this retaining ring. This is the retaining ring from the other identical or very similar movement. So I could put loom indices here, and then I was thinking, like, how do I want to do? It'd be good if it was black. You know, it was loom on black. So I need to think about how I want to do the black. And hand painting it all is going to look kind of wanky, but I could use some black tape or something. But that's also, then it would be square, but it would be, anyway, that's something to think about as I do this. I'm not going to do that right now. So what I am going to do is try to set those hands at, so the date changes at midnight. So right now, the date changes at something just before 10, I think. Maybe it needs to go. Once around. That's weird. What's up with that? Now see, the problem is, even if the date change was not the problem, there's a problem that the hands are not aligned at midnight. But the date change not working is strange. It's 23. Oh, it went now, but it went at 4:30 or something. So that's also weird. So it went, so now I can, go backwards 3 or 4 hours and then come forward again. Watch for when that happens. I'm trying to see, actually, because there's no dial, I should be able to see when this is approaching. So 4:30, but how? It's not at all obvious to me what's happening. It pulls back. Okay, so going backwards pulls it back, and then going forwards pulls it back again. So when you go forward and it's pulling back, basically you can see this this thing is coming back, and when it gets to a certain point it snaps and it'll go all the way forward again when the date changes. So you can see when it's about to happen. Now the other question is, can I just take the hands off right now and set it for midnight, and will that be close enough? I feel like that's the first thing I should try. But let's do this. Let's see if it's running. Yeah, I can see the minute hand moving. So I'm going to set it for midnight. Let's set it back a few minutes. But everything's going to move, and this is tricky. Like I think I can do it, but it helps to have the face off it. That's for sure. The dial. So I only turned out about one revolution. Okay. Now, it's interesting. I don't have to worry so much about scratching the dial. It's a nice thing about not having a dial on there. Should I use a movement holder? I think that makes it hard to focus, actually. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm going to try to just... Because the whole gear came off. The problem is that 12? It's like a moment before 12. Now it's like a moment after 12. That's pretty good. Is that? I don't understand though. Just trying to straighten the hand because it was a little bit not straight. Okay, so weirdly, the second hand is the thing that's going to hold it all together. I thought it was the minute hand. And if the second hand doesn't do it, I'm pretty sure it does. See, the thing is that gear coming up, you don't want that. Ugh. Might be easier to do that with Rodico is easier than a tool because you could hold it without any kind of gripping, like so inarticulate. So now the question is, can the gear slip? I'm afraid the gear could still slip. So that means that little three-way metal thing there needs to be a little bit springier. And that's going to be hard to do without removing the hands, but I'll probably have to remove the hands again anyway. So let's see. Man, I don't understand. It just stopped running. Why is that? See, why did it do that? Why is it stopping? It must be the second hand is having problems, so... Yeah, second hand, it looks like it's touching the... It's touching the crystal. Oh, but the thing is, I just want to see if the date changes at the right place, but I shouldn't do that with this problem. Maybe I should just put the... Don't put the case, just put the stem. Okay, so now I can back it up to... No, it's not pulling back correctly. I can see that lever starting now. Oh wait, maybe that's good, because maybe it's set for this 12 o'clock. Yeah. That's actually good. The problem is, how can I would like to... trying to bend this spring. Okay, I think that's good. That spring needs to hold that gear down. Even if the watch takes a hit. We can check midnight again. See, this, I don't understand that. This movement's been doing that. It changes completely. What is slipping? Now it does it at 4:30. It's a third of a... $3:30. Okay, I have a theory about this. What if I pull this gear up? I feel like if I understood how this worked, I could fix this, but I don't understand how it works. What is it? So the thing is, I went through this whole thing with this movement before where I kept taking the hands off, setting it to change at midnight, putting the hands back on, and then it would do the same thing. It would slip till a different time. I could just have the watch change at 3:30 in the morning. I just don't like that. So really, I should try to learn the mechanics of that date mechanism. Oh, I know what it has to do with. It has to do with that same problem, like of the hands not fully engaging, the clock not fully engaging. Because like right now, the hands are just free. They're not engaged with the gears, and they should immediately engage with the gear. Oh, that's because I did that. Never mind. Now I'm watching to see if the minute hand moves. Yeah, so it's not moving, and so then as soon as it doesn't move, it can screw up. So I would say it's a problem I would say it's a problem with the setting mechanism, but Okay, so when I plug it back in, do I still have a half turn here? Yes. So I need to just remove the hands, set it for 12 again. Oh wait, I want to see, is the clock moving? Oh, I know. That's why they say don't don't set the clock at midnight. That's why you're not supposed to like change the date at midnight. I don't know. I think the key is to make sure that they. I don't know what the key is. This is ridiculous. I think I just have to do it one more time. And this time make sure I don't leave it in that position that's not engaged with the... All right, let's see this. After I get it working like this, then let's say I set it. So if the rule is don't change the date at midnight, is it possible that I can set it before midnight? See, doesn't that just mess everything up? What I just did? Maybe not. Now I'm trying to work on a separate thing, which is to get this. Okay, so that's weird. I think that might work actually, but ooh, see that bouncing around was not good right now. That's because the second hand is not on there yet. It's really important to put the second hand on. Ooh, that reminds me, there's a different second hand I want to use. Mm-mm. Damn it. Seriously? So that gear's not even engaged underneath there? So it's like the minute hand is just not engaging now? It's a mystery. I'm gonna look at this other movement. So you got that. And then these two guys have to line up. But what does the setting lever do relative to that? I know the next problem is going to be Maybe that gear has to be in there. So what I'm doing is comparing this guy with the Okay, well, what's not happening is it's not engaging. It's not engaging correctly. So this one, set that aside. That's a tiny screw. Seems to me that this gear is the problem. Yeah, those two gears should be jammed together somehow. So this that should always be kind of together, I think. But I can't even put it under that gear. Okay, so I just checked this is upside down, so I gotta flip this over. Place it. Wow, this is freaking difficult. Got it, okay. Now this needs to be, oh, I also wanted to look at this. Is that gear? Um, okay, I think I fixed it. I think this needed to go, these two gears needed to be press fit locked together. So now we can put this back. No, but that shouldn't spin freely like that. That shouldn't spin freely. It doesn't spin freely on this one. Okay, so unfortunately we have to... I'm afraid I'm going to lose my screws over here, if I haven't already. So we got this guy. This guy. Okay, I need to keep better track of this shit. So this is number 2, this is number 1, and this is the plate. This is the plate, this is number 2, this is number 1. These guys go with this. These guys go with this. And the problem area these hands need a place to go. Now, my belief is that this gear is probably damaged somehow. So we might be able to steal it from the other one. So the first thing I'm going to do is look at, can I steal it by, I'm worried about that actually. How can I steal that? Hmm? Damn it. That could go anywhere. That could be a goner. That could be the end of the fucking project. Motherfucker. You can't forget how much fucking spring action this tweezer gives you. It's insane. God damn it. So the other thing is these are different. Like I can't just borrow that from that because it's different. Okay, so for now, all I can really do is put this back together. There's a gear that needs to go there. Man, I cannot use that plier. Gotta use the magnetic screwdriver for that, I guess. That was nothing. Okay, there it is, but this is like so difficult. You just look at these screws wrong and they're gone. Oh my God. So one thing that's interesting is that the Cal 44 was no easier. I mean, it was no more difficult than this. As soon as you get into anything with like God damn it. Is it here? Mm. Okay, I suppose what you could do... Oh wait, that's not even correct. Oh my God. Okay, so... So then this gear... Okay, so the problem there is that doesn't want to come off, which is fine. But that does kind of raise the question of like, what's this thing for in the first place? So the next question is, why does this movement not work? Because I could use this movement if it worked. It seems like the problem with this actually has to do with the date. Okay, so now I need that missing gear. Okay, so just to explain what I'm thinking, I would like to be able to compare the date mechanisms on these two. I would like to be able to functionally compare the date mechanisms, meaning run like run them, like move them, watch them move, watch where it binds, try to figure out why the date mechanism on this. When this gets to date reset, what seems to be happening is it binds. And then this gear starts jumping. But that could also be, maybe I was wrong the whole time about this. No. Oh, well, maybe I should just steal this then. No, but now I'm missing the other part. Maybe I can use the lower part. But how do I steal it without, I need to be able to get it off. Should I just pull? I'll probably end up losing this one too. Okay, so now we can I want to look at this fucking thing to see how small is that if I'm looking for it. Pretty small. pretty small, but it's pretty obvious if you look right at it. So it's frustrating because everything I've lost so far in this project, I find it again, and so that gives me a sense of like, I'll find it if I keep looking hard enough. Of course, that day comes when you don't find it. It sounded like it got some air. So we're 2 hours in, and basically all I did was lose my mind. Okay, so I'm going to regroup. Gonna think about what I'm gonna do. This movement works. Oh, I know what I can do is look at in detail of these two gears if one of them is different. Did I lose the other one now? Maybe it's actually the way it's jammed in there. Maybe it's actually the fit. Okay, but the thing is now it seems like I lost the other one. No, I had it here. Okay. Okay, so my feeling is actually the issue with this gear is placement, not... So the issue here is I have to angle this in under this gear. Unless I want to take apart that assembly, which I don't want to do. As soon as it gets tipped, maybe I need to kind of hang it off the back here. Okay, so the other thing is, it feels like this needs to be floating up. It wouldn't want to be touching, right? So when you press this thing onto it,
Yeah, I'll never get that on there again. Needs to ride up. Needs to ride up at the top of this thing. Okay, the other thing I can do is just try to put it on. See what that means. What does it mean to be fitted on there correctly? Okay, I see what needs to be done is it needs to be removed. Some kind of holder needs to be put under it so that you can so you can press it on correctly, and then the holder needs to be moved out. Otherwise, I have to remove that whole plate. Now, at this point, I also need to decide if I use I also feel like that thing is bent, but maybe not. Oh, it popped off pretty easily. Okay, what about using this? No, it's not going to work. Okay, I think I got to stop because the recording is getting too long. But I'm going to take a break, and then I'll see if I find this other part. This is insane, and it's getting to be kind of a waste of time, but I feel like I'm learning something I didn't really have to go through all this pain to learn. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this watch for a minute because this is turning into a project that I think is super interesting. I think it could become my favorite watch. So this is a Fleurier. It was made by Fleurier. I bought it for $25, 25 Swiss francs, which is maybe $28. It's been through some hard times already because when I bought it, it had this corrosion on the dial, which I tried to remove, and I used Polywatch, which is kind of abrasive, and it took it off, but there was like one spot it kept rubbing at because it was actually, the corrosion was all the way through to the base. So I ended up taking off a small area of enamel, and then it looked bad, so then I started stripping it. So in the end, where are those two faces? So it ended up looking like this. And I loomed it, and it has a cool look. I like the 12 anyway, but I didn't want to get into re-enameling it. And it was interesting, though, the way that I used ultrasonic cleaner in the end, and that was degrading. Like, that removed all the varnish. At first, it didn't remove the pad printing marks. And I guess there was a layer of paint under that. So it looked pretty cool. It still had the Fleurier watch logo and Swiss made, but eventually the ultrasonic started taking off the even the pad printing elements. So then I just decided to strip it. I just let it go all the way. But anyway, what I realized from this, and this is the dial from the other Fleurier. So this looks pretty good, but the problem with this one, the movement ended up having some problems. I rebuilt it a bunch of times and unrebuilt it and had it working and then stopped working and back and forth. But the in the end, I bought two so I could mess around with them, and I ended up with one that I like. So that's not bad. They were both around 25 Swiss francs. So the goal with this one now is to this has it, because I have two. This is the ring out of the second one, the movement retaining ring. So what I want to do is just add indices to this. So that inside there's some indices, just the 12 marks. Probably skip 3 o'clock because it's already got a... So I'll probably do something in black, and I'll probably do something temporary at first with some kind of ink or paint. And then eventually, once I'm comfortable with it, I might machine it. So there's little cutouts, and then paint inside the cutouts so that the markings are perfectly square. And they'll probably be black for the highest contrast. And then I'll do some loom as well. But the first thing will be just kind of mock it up with paint, because then I can just remove it if I don't like it. One of the problems is this ring is so far set back because the dial is missing that it depending on the angle you look at it and in the lighting, it could be hard to see the indices back there. Normally they're closer to the crystal. So in the end, though, it'll be luminous, it'll have some indices, and it'll be this open face thing, and that'll be cool. Now, there's another problem with it. I just wanted to mention, I bought from Cousins, UK, this Stern Cruise 30.5 millimeter crystal with the chromed ring and the calendar window. And that's what's in there. And I have a spare one of those if I ever get the other movement working. But the I also like it without the magnifier. But the magnifier is cool because when it's open face like this, it helps you find the correct date quickly without having... You can see it quickly by lining up with 3 as well, but it kind of puts some visual focus on it. What else was I going to say? Oh, so... There's one other problem though. Without the face, the gear that holds the hour hand can pop up. Normally there's like a little spring under the face that holds it down just so it doesn't lift off. And because it can pop up, if with some shock, it can mess up the time. And I don't really want to shock it right now, so I'm not going to. But but I think I'm going to have to... Oh, no, I know what it is. If everything is working fine right now, then the thing to do is try to remove the second hand and put a part of a second hand. Basically, the stack. Second hand is, of course, at the top of the stack. And the stack can also hold that gear down. But I need to have a second hand. I need to have something on the second hand pinion that is low enough that holds it. And it's probably hard to see, but actually I need to look at this with a microscope. But I basically need a washer or something under that second hand, but against the minute hand. I'll have to look at that in detail. But somehow I need to hold that assembly in place, the hands, and hold that gear down. So I'll experiment a little bit with that and try to figure out what that is. And then I'll do a temporary paint job on this movement holder. And this was a hand that I broke. I think it's from the same watch. So I might be able to engage just cut these pieces off and use that as a washer. I think it's capped at the top, so it'd probably have to be opened on this side. Maybe not. Anyway, that's the fun thing of the crazy small world of watches. I'm going to put a dot of loom on the seconds hand on the tip of it, because it's kind of, I love that triangular seconds hand, but the tip is actually long enough to put some loom on it. I had loom on it, but I lost the tip. I lost the whole seconds hand in my office for a couple of days, and when I found it again, the loom had fallen off the tip. So that's the plan. I have more hands to use as spare parts if necessary. That's my miscellaneous hand. It looks like I've got an O-ring in there too for a crown. Miscellaneous parts. I see there's a Milmax electronic pin in there too, which I was using to reference the size difference between watch parts and electronic parts. Okay, so I'm going to take a break and I'll come back to this. Okay, so I've thought about this a little bit, and I want to continue. So one thing I did was I jiggled this to find out if that gear was slipping, or to confirm it was slipping, and I could see, I could do it right now again, I suppose. Let me get the camera right. Well, the problem is, see if you're going to be able to see it. Yeah, I think you can see it there. Okay, so if I tap this, what happens is this brass gear rides up, and then it stops engaging with that little stainless steel gear. And what that means is that stainless steel gear is running the date mechanism up in this area. So if this rides up and disengages, among other things, it doesn't advance the date, or it gets out of sync, so the date changeover happens at the wrong time. But the other thing is, underneath that, the hand that's driving this, or the gear that's driving this, oh wait, the gear that's driving it is actually this one, I think. I'm not sure about that. But no, that's when the setting is engaged. That's the drive gear. So what's driving the hour hand? It's not the date wheel. I think that's being driven by this one underneath there. In any case, when it rides up, it also disengages the whole hour and minute hand engagement, which actually, as I talk, I see that the minute hand is no longer moving. So this is the problem with not having downward pressure on that center, not downward pressure, but that center gear it cannot be allowed to pop up. It's going to cause the watch to stop, and it's going to cause the date setting to get out of sync. Even if I tap it and it starts running again, because those gears settle back into place. So what we need to do is make something so that the top of the stack, the second hand, has a washer under it, and that washer keeps that whole assembly below with the brass gear from being able to rise up in the same manner that if there was a dial on this watch, the back of the dial would do the same thing. And that's why you can see this triangular piece of soft brass right in the center around at the top of that brass gear. You can see two arms of the triangle, and the other one is occluded by the backs of the hands. But that's the spring that normally provides that pushback if there's a dial in place. Okay, so there's something else I want to mention, which is I did this whole video where I took apart an IWC Cal 44, which is a tiny ladies' watch, IWC 1959 Peloton movement ladies' watch. I disassembled it, I reassembled it, and I had never disassembled a movement before, and that was just like a personal challenge to me, and you can watch that video if you want to see how it went. But the thing about that was it gave me a huge amount of confidence. It wasn't entirely successful, but it gave me a huge amount of knowledge about how watch movements work, and a huge amount of confidence with tiny screws and stuff like that. And not that it's easy, or not that confidence means I'm good at it. It just meant that prior to that, I was afraid to really engage with a movement. Like the movement was just a mystery to me. And as a result of doing that video, they took the mystery out of the movement, and that's why I wanted to do it, because now I can poke around at the edges of a movement even without doing a complete disassembly, and I can start to understand what's happening, and I'm not afraid. Like I look at it and I go, okay, so I'm more able to kind of go where I want to go in terms of diagnosing problems. Now there's another issue, which is like, in a sense, I have no desire to be a watch repair person. So then the question is, why bother? But I can't really explain that either, to tell you the truth. It's just, it's like working on your own car. You're not going to become a Ferrari mechanic just because you work on your own car, but that doesn't mean you can't work on your own car. I think that's the best explanation of it. As a hobby, for pleasure, and for the value of those things shouldn't be underestimated across the spectrum. Like, this is not my only hobby. I'm interested in learning everything about everything, basically. Okay, that lecture done. Let me okay, so I want to just point out what happened here. So, oh wait, I did not re-engage. After I was messing around with this, I didn't re-engage the movement by pushing that in. So I want to watch it for a moment and see if the minute hand moves. So you can see it's crossing the bottom of the 24 right now, and it is moving. So I was wrong about I'm glad to have noticed that, because if those gears slip up and stay up, they will be disengaged from the drive and the hands won't move. But if they're down again and the crown is in the normal drive position as opposed to the setting position, then this watch movement does not have a problem, and it will drive the clock mechanism. I mean, it's not broken or whatever, something else internal. And the reason I say that is because it didn't used to work, and I've been trying to figure out these gears because I want it to work, and it is working. But I need to stop that slippage I've been talking about. So I want to go back and demonstrate. This is going back to try to reset the date mechanism and then re-trigger it. So that should be plenty far enough, because it changed at 1:30 the last time. So if you watch this little tab here, around midnight it should start pulling back, and that's like getting cocked to be ready to snap when the changeover happens. But because the gear that I'm concerned about lifted when I tapped the watch before I started this video, and then I moved it back into position by nudging the settings, it went back and there's some period of time it didn't advance the date mechanism over here, which is looking for, this is going to do its thing every 24 hours, assuming no slippage in that gear. Okay, so now I'll point it out when that starts moving, assuming it does start moving. It's not moving. So that's another problem, which is normally with the ETA movement like this, you can do this back wind and forward wind, and you can advance the date without going a full 24-hour cycle. But that didn't work, and I don't know why it didn't work. So I'm going to put that aside for a moment. I'm just coming up on 12 hours now. It's starting to move, actually, so I'm not sure why. See that foot is moving off. It was touching that plate right there, or that edge. Now it's moving back. But I don't think it's ready to go. I think it's got another 12 hours. Yeah, so that's like 12. Oh, wait, it did go. 7. No, it didn't. That's like a fake out. Okay, I've heard that fake out before. There's a fake out at 12 hours. When I'm setting this movement at the wrong interval, like the wrong cycle of 12, because it's 2 before the date changes, there's a fake out, meaning it makes a little. Oh, see, okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. I kind of do, but I kind of don't. It's just completely off now. It's going at 6. But I want to see, I should be able to go back 4 hours. Go forward. And it should happen again at 6. But it's not. And I don't understand that. Why doesn't this going back? When you go backwards, you do have to go into here, click. This is hard because I'm trying to keep it in focus. I'm getting tired of fighting the surface of the. So let's see what time it goes off this time. So this is like the fake out click, I think, at 6 o'clock. It's set for 18, right? The date is 18 now. So we're watching for a snap to 19, and it'll happen suddenly. But I don't think it's going to happen at 6 o'clock. I think this is the fake out click. So it's 18, right? It's about to click. But I could be wrong, because it could just be it's still going back as if it's going to go. Okay, so it actually did go. This time it went at 9:30, 6:30, 9:30. Now again, why can't I just back this up and do that again at 9:30? Normally that works. I can't explain that. It concerns me because to me that suggests that this movement still has some deeper problem that's beyond my understanding. And that raises a question like, how much time should I put into this if I'm never going to have a working watch? Okay, so it's also so hard when it's random like that. It's so hard to get the date change set at 12 properly. I got it set yesterday by, it might have been sheer luck. Anyway, I'm going to proceed because I'm a masochist and I'm crazy. So here's the thing. The plan now is I want to pull out the movement. I want to try to use this second hand method to hold the second hand down so that the stack does not move around, the stack of gears there. And then I want to loom this. I'm going to put some marker, believe it or not, I'm going to use a black Sharpie. So this is just a mock-up, so I'm going to put a mark here. So like in the drawing, I'm going to put a mark here at 6 o'clock. And then I'm going to put a mark at 9 o'clock. But I'm going to drop a dot. So the loom is going to go. So those will be the markings. And then I'm going to put loom. I'm going to put 2 dots here. Dot on either side of 12. I'll put a dot at 1, 2, 4, 5. Skip 6. Do 7, 8, and 9. So I didn't put it at 9 because 9 is going to be, the loom is going to go on top of that line. So it doesn't work black on black, but basically the loom is going to be on top of that dash. And that's why I drew that as a dash, like as if it has a white dot on it. So in the end, you'll have, at night, you'll have loom everywhere except 3 and 6. 3 because there's no place to put it because the stem cut out. And at 6, I'm not going to put it there because that's a standard thing not to put it at 6 because it helps you orient the watch at night and figure out how it's rotated. And then at 12, I'm going to put 2 because that's also a standard thing. So I think it'll be very readable at night. And during the day, I think it's readable just with these black. This is like, I forget what it's called, but there's a dial configuration where you just have crosshairs basically on the dial that help you see where 12, 9, 3, and 6 are. And that's enough to know what time it is without the extra points. But also the white loom dots will be visible if you're in light, if you need them. And then eventually, this is all can be cleaned off with, like, you can clean Sharpie off with isopropyl alcohol, and the loom can be easily cleaned off. So this is temporary. Just when I do this, it's going to be temporary just to be able to make sure the watch is working consistently, and that configuration is what I want. Okay, so now the Oh, there's something else I want to fix on this. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Let me tighten the back again. The auto winding in this, I'm holding it up because there's a microphone right there. The auto winding in this is a little bit noisier than it should be, and I think I know why. So one thing that's special about this watch that I love is I can put a 1 terabyte micro SD card inside of it, and it doesn't, that micro SD card doesn't interfere with the auto winding, but what I think is making that noise is when the case back is on, there's a spring here, it pushes the case, the movement down, and I think the movement is sitting just a hair too deep in the case, and as a result of that, you have the stem coming up just a hair, and as a result of the stem coming up just a hair, the rotating weight, the rotor can scrape on the stem right there. Now, I wonder if I can see any evidence of that. I could be totally wrong about that too. I just don't understand why. Okay, sorry. Another reason why I suspect that is because I've read about that problem with this specific movement. So there's actually a YouTube video about it, and the guy said that he found the manual for this movement. This is 2472, ETA 2472, and the recommended fix was to drill out something in the bearing and refit it. And not only did that not make sense to me, but it also seemed very difficult, and it also seems like I don't understand why you wouldn't just sand off, why you wouldn't remove the material from the bottom of the bearing. Because if the bearing is touching, that stem right there, then just remove some material from the bearing. See, it's got a... But the other thing is, as I look at it, that seems unlikely that it's touching the stem. But again, there was some... ETA had actually made a publication about that problem. I don't know. Oh, it could also be that screw. It could also be the screw holding that clamp. I'd like to believe it's not the stem, and that screw is weird. So I have some extra screws there from the second movement. So I'm gonna do that right now. This is freaking insane. I'll explain this in detail in a second. Okay, so one of my obsessions with this this watch movement and case combination, which again I have two of, is that it's possible to have it working, because I've had it set that way before, with the 1 terabyte micro SD card in there, with perfect quiet rotor movement and auto winding, and not making that scraping sound. So now I'm very close to being where I want to be, but I hear that scraping sound. So there's actually two possible reasons why I hear the scraping sound, or there's three actually. It could be touching the stem, it could be touching this screw that holds the case clamp thing, or it could actually be touching the SD card. I'm pretty convinced it's not touching the SD card, but I'm not sure of anything. So to eliminate the variable of the screw, the weird thing is these two, because I have two watches that have the same movement, and they both came with two different size screws on either side of this. One was slightly taller than the other. So if you put them in backwards, if that was on purpose, but these are two different watches bought from two different people, I think it was done on purpose. So if you put the tall one in the place where the short one's supposed to be, you could have a problem. So it's possible I did that. So the first thing I'm going to do is just try to switch this screw for a short screw. And by short, I'll show you, but basically the head is taller on this other screw. There's something weird about that also, which is like, why? That movement's trying to fall down. That's strange too. Even with the stem. Okay, so I'm gonna follow through with this because I think it's being pushed down by the springiness of the other clamp, actually. But okay, so look at this. So it's probably a little bit hard to see, but this screw head is taller. Why? I don't know. And why on two movements it was the same situation. You would think they did it for a reason, and because if they did it for a reason, then it could be wrong to put a lower. It could be wrong to make the substitution. Okay, so now the problem is I need to loosen Did I just lose that tab underneath there altogether? No. So I need to loosen this because it's this one. Or just remove the. This is complicated, but basically that slipped down. I think I should remove it from the case. Okay, so this little, the problem now is, honestly, I think I had the tall screw where the short screw goes. So the problem is with the hands on here, it's hard to work on case back fitting. I mean, case back fitting. Whatever it is that I'm doing now with the getting it re-clipped into the retaining ring correctly. Basically, this is my tall screw and the case clamp from that side. This is my spare screw, which I think I'm going to put it back with the other movement, because I think I just had them backwards. But now I need to, you can see this one is still in place, but it's moved on top of the retaining ring. It's got the two little dots in it there. That's the case clamp thing. And I can push it back with a screwdriver and it should slip back down again. No. No, because the screw is still tight. So to get it to slip back down again, I need to lift this side. Let that side get under. And then try to push this side. And that doesn't want to work either because the screw is tight. So, what is that? Oh, I think I saw there was some loom on this, but that's not what that is. So there's crap on my finger. What on earth is that? That is so disturbing. Oh, no. I think I'm just going to let that mystery go, but it could be just... I don't know what that could be. That is the strangest thing. The last thing you want is like your watch internals to be a source of dust, white dust, massive amounts of white dust. That is freaky. Okay, so now I need to remove
I'm pretty sure the tall screw goes on this side. The second hand just came up across my finger because I can see that the movement stopped. Okay. So now all of this direct touching. Okay, so now I can kind of, that's why I have this one finger glove on, just to be able to hold this. So this is going to be the short, this is going to be the screw with the, you know, a fascinating idea is that there's actually literature out there about all this stuff, and it's probably not that hard to find. For example, this clamp can go up or down. And I want it to go which way? It's holding that. It needs to have any kind of spring action. It needs to be. Oh, so difficult. I'm also way too hot. Why is it so hot? It's winter still. Everything I'm doing right now is so wrong. Okay, I gotta take a small break here. It's like when you start down this path of doing something so stupid. I'm like obsessive compulsive and stupid, and I don't know when to stop and rethink. Are those hands going to come off anyway? If they are, then it would help a lot just to take them off right now. And they are. How can they not come off? So that's the rethink. Otherwise, I'm going to damage them.
Okay, so this should allow us to at least it just fell. Oh wait, I think the way I did this before, I didn't use this because it has too much. I think I did this with the hands on it before too, using the same technique. So basically, I'll use this, just use Rodico as a case holder for this. Okay, so then that's a lot easier. I don't understand. So I'm going to use the low.
Mm. Now, the question is, should I put the tall one there? Oh, maybe I'll just use the low one here. Okay, so now okay, so the only other problem is this. Okay, now I could put it in the movement holder. And then we can go back to the hands. Go back to the hands problem.
Now, this assembly has the gears for the minute and the hour hand sandwiched together. And the thing I'm looking at is like basically that sandwich doesn't have a lot of play, which is good. And ultimately, I think it's true that the second hand needs to be the thing that holds it all together. Oh, there's a problem. This is not going to work. So I need to. What I mean is, I can't just reapply this. I need to make sure that the minute hand gear, which is the smaller one, I have a Presto hand remover on order, but they were out of stock. Oh, something I didn't mention. There was black gunk on the screwdriver. I guess I think that's because I used that screwdriver to scrape. Yeah, I used that screwdriver to scrape the back of this hand yesterday. I forgot to clean it. Okay, so this gear is special. It has to actually snap down into this lower gear, and press fit to it. I feel like that's not going to go. Not sure why. There's three little Problem is you want to make sure it's lined up with those. There's three things claw together around it and grab it at the bottom, and then you have to press it in enough that the brass gear pops up and grabs. I suppose I can use this as a press. Problem is, it's just not going to snap. So I think in order to fit that, I need to remove I need to take it out of I need to remove this gear, which I know how to do. I need to remove this plate. And the question is, there's no question actually. That's really the only way to do it, because the other thing is this gear is in place. Like, it's got to be connected to things. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this screw back to there because that's not involved. Move a couple things out of the way. So having done this already, I know So this screw went right there. So I'm going to put this here. That's like the left side screw. And I think these screws are the same, but that's the right side screw. Those belong with this plate, so I'll put that in the middle. And then that will allow this gear to come off. And then on this side, there's a spring for the date wheel underneath this plate, which I have to worry about, but it should just sit there. I've never taken this plate off of this movement. I did it on a different movement yesterday looking for parts. So this is a different screw. Seems longer. And then I think that gear doesn't even come with that. But anyway, there's that spring, but that removing that doesn't help me get that gear off. I think what I would have to do next is pull this thing out, whatever that is. That's the thing holding that gear in place. Oh, actually, that does work. Okay, good. So now I can. Oh, you can't see that. So this guy. This gear does fit in there like that, so that can be replaced. And now I'm free to remove this. And then having that, I'm free to try to press this. See, that's pretty easy when you're not fighting against the, when you're pressing it into something soft. That is strange. It doesn't want to go. They really made this difficult. They really made this difficult.
it wants you to remove this plate to get that under there assembled. Otherwise, you have to assemble it in place because that's not going to go. Why'd they do that? I have a ridiculous theory. This is probably my worst idea ever. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to make a pad out of Rodico that's removable. I'm going to place this gear under the stupid thing. It worked. It snapped on. Now I can pull the Rodico out. Oh wait, that's how did it come out if it didn't go in? Okay, so actually, there's one thing I don't understand here, which is The whole point of that gear this little gear on the bottom of this. Okay, that whole bottom thing there, the whole point of that is to that gear turns the date wheel. Oh, so now I'm familiar with this spring. This is tricky too. So without knocking this spring out, I need to push this thing, this date wheel lever back into place. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this has to go there, and this spring has to go in there. Of course, it has one side that's slightly shorter than the other, but that's got to be a coincidence, right? See, a watchmaker would know how to put in a spring like that. They would have learned that in school. Do not. Also, there's Radico right there, which I have to clean up. Okay, let's clean that up right now because that's not good. I should do a whole cleaning. Everything's cleaning up nicely. Okay, so this fucking spring. Maybe yes. Wood is non-magnetic, slightly frictional, more so than metal, which is very slippery. And that's that. Now, there's a little plate that goes on top of that. Where's that plate? It's not this big plate. The big plate goes over here. So I've temporarily lost the little plate because I didn't put it. Oh, there's the little plate. So just imagine like you walk around the room over carpet with that little plate attached to your sweat. Speaking of sweat, what a ridiculous thing this is. I don't know if this experience is making me respect the Swiss watchmakers or disrespect them. I'm joking. Of course it's respect. 100%. It's just that, like, and the screw for that I remember putting over here, yeah. My daughter grew up here in Geneva, and when she was, I think, 7 or 8, her school went on a field trip to the Patek Philippe Museum. I was like, that's trying to get them interested in watchmaking early. I can't even remember why I'm doing this. Oh, to get that gear on there. I couldn't get that gear to snap without doing that. Okay, so the reason that gear has to be snapped on is that it needs to move the date mechanism, but if there's a problem, it needs to slip. And so that slipping is that right? Why would that gear be up? I remember I placed it the way it should be, but should that be up? Yeah, because there's a gear above that. Okay. That exposes it. If it weren't, then there would be no reason for that cutout. And then it's this gear that interfaces with that. Okay. Now, I've learned to love the magnetic screwdriver for screw transport. Ooh, that's like, I don't know if you can see, actually it's out of frame. It's like on the very edge of this thing. Need to work like in a dog bowl or something. If I worked in a factory, I'd be like the guy always crawling around under his desk, looking for the screw. A friend of mine is an astrophysicist, and his dad, he's from Geneva. His dad is a watchmaker and retired, but the astrophysicist, he's like serious genius territory.
And I asked him once why the Earth's rotation doesn't cause, or if the Earth's rotation causes a time differential between the core of the Earth and the crust, because time is different, depending on speed, and time goes slower if you're moving slow relative to the other thing. So I was like, doesn't that mean that the Earth is like twisting? Like time is twisting with the Earth's rotation. So in the center of the Earth, there's different time. It's like the past in the center of the Earth. So, because actually it's... Okay, I gotta stop talking. No, so to make that story quick, time is moving slower at the crust of the Earth because of the speed. Time slows down when you move fast. So time is moving faster in the center of the Earth, but it's rotational, right? But it's around an axis. So I was like, around that axis at the core of the Earth, there should be like some twisting of time. Time is slower, but it's on an axis. It's not just slower in this, like, because the Earth is spinning on an axis. Anyway, I asked him that, and he was like, "Oh, that's a good question." And then he took a stack of paper and he just started scribbling equations for like 10 minutes, like 30 pages of just like equation, numbers, equation. And then I forget what the answer was at the end. But the point was, like, instead of thinking about it, I shouldn't say instead of thinking about it. His way of thinking about it was to do math. Okay, now that's not working out. So I'm going to try. The problem is the tiny bit of pressure from the plate, from the... Oh, God damn it. Tiny bit of pressure from the screw moves the plate around. And then also I happen to know that this plate holds this thing down. So we want to make sure that that's in the right position. And then I kind of want to stick it. Okay, so what if I just leave the sticky stuff there? Now there's almost no way to press down on the sticky stuff without getting into... Okay, that should work. So I did this thing with the IWC Cal 44, which is this tiny lady's watch, and the I thought because it was a lady's watch, the screws would be tinier. But actually,
this is about as tiny as any screw is. So I think it has, the tininess of the screws has more to do with complexity than the size of the watch. I suppose it's both, but ugh, I felt a click, which is like, oh, there it is. As soon as you hear that snap of like energy release, that means you may never see that screw again. Oh, that was freaking difficult. Oh boy. 0.6. Okay, so super interesting though. I wish I had a plan for what to do with this spring, which seems to be stuck on there. It's kind of doing nothing. It doesn't look very interesting. It seems like it should be, if it's not pressed against anything, which is not, it's just not going to do anything. So I don't think it matters. Just leave it there. Okay, so now that is fitted. And then I know what I was doing yesterday to get the clock set, the changeover time set right. I held this gear down and then so it doesn't try to ride out of there. And then I went like this until the date changed. So you can see the date lever moving. This is the fake out. So now this might be the real thing. Okay, there it went. So that's 12 o'clock. Oh, we didn't solve a certain problem yet though, which is probably something I should do first. This is the extra hand. And I'm thinking about trying to use this as a kind of washer, spacer. So the first question is this the right size? Oh man. Did I? Yeah.
Okay, so next, I think I'm going to take a break because the battery's low on the audio recorder and I don't have an AC adapter for that. So I'm going to take a break and I'm going to modify that so that it can do the function I want it to do. And that means somehow I have to drill out the center of that, because right now it's like a cap. It sits over that pin, but it's not large. It's not open enough for the pin to go all the way through the second hand. So somehow I need to solve that, or find a different thing to provide that functionality. But for now, I'm going to stop. I had a chance to take a look at this, and I think this is going to work. I need to drill that out, and what was I going to do first? I think I was going to do... Oh, focus the camera. Okay, so the idea here is drill this out. It happens to work perfect on this mat because I can just press it down and the bottom of that just sticks into the mat and stakes it nicely. And then I can just turn and it just chips away ever so slightly the material. And then I think the little tube that's on the bottom there is going to drop off. And then we'll just use it as a washer. I'll cut the hands off and then use the disc as a washer. It's not ready to give that up yet. So ridiculous. Now we got some magnetism in that drill too.
So maybe it's not gonna let this thing off. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, so that thing came off. This is just a thing with a hole now. So now I can just break these. Shoot, this is ridiculous, but I'm gonna get some sandpaper to smooth that off before. It's going to be easier to sand off that little nib after I get rid of the hand. It'll be harder to find it if I lose it or whatever. Okay. Now the other side. So my theory is it's a good idea to deburr this and just not have any strange shape to it. Just having a hard time holding that. Okay, that happens to have gone right here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I kind of saw where it went. Okay, I'm going to use Radico. See, that's why I didn't want to deal with that. That's why I broke the other hand off one at a time. How else can I do this?
Trying to figure out how to get that to focus. There you go. So I'm trying to take off that burr. Oh, center. Oh man, that's so that this is like a spring bar remover, and it's like so much bigger than that hole. So maybe I'm worrying about this too much, but I'm definitely afraid of launching this thing. If I hold it, I have some other tweezers. Maybe I should just try. It's still not perfect, but at least there's not, when I say the word's not perfect, it's like a trigger. It's a trigger for me. Not that any of this stuff is perfect, but you'll never get to perfect if you accept not perfect. And of course, it's not even anywhere near perfect. Okay, so the other thing I want to do let go, Roddy, go. Just trying to give it a little cleaning. Now pick up this debris. Okay. So one thing that's interesting about every time you do something that takes a long time, when you're done until you have to do it again. So the plan now, because the watch has been running, I need to find midnight again and then kind of maybe think through what I'm going to do beforehand. So after I find midnight, I'm going to place the hour hand and then the minute hand and then the washer and then the second hand. And then after I do that, I can test it extensively, and then I can still paint. Oh, I know what I could do before that. That's why I was talking it through, because I can clean this. Because once it gets the hands moving around on there, it becomes hard to clean. Okay, it's still running. I thought you could see the movement through there somewhere, but I don't see it now. Okay, so find midnight, and that involves holding this down again. It's going to switch from 20 to 21. Okay, right there. Now at this point it's still very I want to be very careful not to bump that gear because it's aligned with mechanically aligned with midnight. No, I think that's good. So rather than waste time, I'm just gonna go ahead. Mm-hmm. I wonder if I should re-engage the movement. I just want to see if the hand is moving. The minute hand. I would say it is. Yeah. So then the next thing is, oh, I can't really, I still want to be careful. I want to look at how those hands are sitting. Ugh, I didn't push. I feel like I didn't push the hour hand down far enough. So I guess I could try. It's almost like, yeah, I think I'd like to look at this with the iPhone. Okay, so you can see the hour hand is angled up a little bit, so I need to level it. Minute hand looks good. I'll drop the washer on there and then the second hand. But I don't know that it's correct yet. So how can I correct, meaning let's go around twice. Also, I'm not sure now, after all that, I'm not sure I actually, you know how I put that gear on the bottom and the whole thing of like making those two gears stick together? I'm not sure those gears were ever stuck together correctly. If they're stuck together correctly, no, it's still, never mind. I was going to say, if it's stuck together correctly, the large brass hour hand wheel gear should not come up. But of course it comes up. Nothing's holding it down. So that's why we still need the washer plan. Okay, so now coming up on 12. So it's happening a little bit before 12. And the hands, the hand alignment at 12 is not perfect. I guess what I'm curious about is it going to repeat, or is it going to slip this time also? If it changes at a quarter till 12, that would be good. It's not bad. The hand alignment's not bad. 12:30. I'd like to look at 3 o'clock. Oops. See, at 3 o'clock, it feels like the hour hand should be. I don't see why I can't cheat this right now. Just hold the hour hand wheel and just force it over a hair. That should be fine. Now, three and 9 are when it's obvious if there's a misalignment. Oh, so 9. Looks pretty good, but it still doesn't look perfect. So we'll look at 12. This is 12 noon. It's still not right. Did I push it the wrong way? No. Why does it feel like I pushed it the wrong way? Or like I didn't push it at all? That should work. Hold this down so it doesn't slip. Oops. Now I'm just going to back up from 3. Back up a little bit and come at it again. I feel like maybe the problem is the hour hand. No, let's don't worry about that. Maybe it slips too easily. Like it's been on and off so many times, it just doesn't, it's just going to slip around. But let's see. So this is, oh, that was it. Shh. Well, anyway, we can look at alignment at 12. I think that's fine. I'm worried that the hour hand, if it takes a bump, it's going to slide around. But it seems good. Anyway, step by step, I have a plan, executing the plan. I haven't tried this yet to see if it fits on there, but that's exactly what I don't want also. Okay, so there's the washer on there. Now, I want to look at that with the iPhone before pushing it or doing anything else. Where's the lens? So the question is, when I push down on this, maybe I can prop this thing up, and I need a heavier, this kind of good probably. Okay, so then I want to push this down. I can't tell if it contacted the washer or not. Seems like it. Seems like it's doing what I expected. Now, can we test this? $3 pretty close. That's 12 noon. I should have looked at the hand alignment. It's pretty good. So we're going to go to midnight. I think it's going to switch at 5 minutes before. See that coming, drawing back now? The date change mechanism. Okay, so now I'm going to set this for 12:15 and then put that in and just make sure that the hands move. So you can see the minute hand as it comes across the bottom of the 2 and the 5 there. It'll, if it's engaged, which it is, it eventually occlude those. Yeah, so that's working. So I think it's ready for loom now. And my markings, okay. Try to figure out if there's a way to stabilize this. Okay. Oh, you know what? Before I do the loom, I think that's very dirty. I think I'll try this, recase it and find out if it's working in terms of, in terms of the weight not making noise anymore. Because if it's still making noise, I need to decide if I'm going to live with that or if I want to worry about that. That's the wrong screw. Man, something just went. Oh, it's because of that. The movement just stopped moving, which is a concern. It could be that the second hand is hitting the dial. I mean the crystal. It could have to do with this mechanism. I think the second hand is probably hitting the crystal. Yeah, because look at where that is. It's hitting it right there, I think. So that's, how can I kind of confirm that? Okay, see now it's free. Okay, so that just that's not a problem. I should have checked that before. But basically, need to just angle it a bit. It's obvious if I look at it. And then to do that, I think I use the white tip on this. It still seems kind of high. I might have to bend the hand a bit. And also, I might have a problem in the center eventually. Is the crystal... I don't want to touch it, but I'm not sure if there's a bump in that or not. Can just keep trying it. It's not that difficult. Very uncomfortable hand position, and I wanted to wait and watch it go by the date window. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. -1, -2, -3, -4. Success. Okay. This is still just a test. But basically, we're checking now because we put the two screws for the case ring holder the two flat ones, so I want to see if it's still noisy when I screw this back on with that 1 terabyte micro SD card in there. Okay, still noisy. So that screw had nothing to do with it, but that was only an hour of work. Now see if this thing works. The main thing I want to see is if it still changes at midnight, because I've operated pulled in and out the stem and crown a couple times. Let me just go faster here. That should be noon. Let's see what happens like this. I think I saw it pull back. I think it's ready to spring, but it's hard to see because the man hand covers it. Now thinking about what to do, I heard a noise. It's set on 25, so it's going to switch to 26. It's 1 minute till midnight, guys. If you're gonna go, you got 45 seconds. It seems maybe not good. Now, the sweeping second hand has nothing to do with it, so it's not like it's more likely to go at that point. It looks like it's not even ready to go. I just can't tell. So if it's wrong, my theory is that gear, underneath everything, slips. And then, oh wait, there it went. Whoa, that was freaking not bad. Not fucking bad. 15 seconds late. That is excellent. Okay. So now I have a problem of how to in theory what I'm doing now is temporary. Just do it. Clean it up afterwards if I have to. I really want to get loom on this and then kind of forget about it. Okay, so there's one other thing though. That's all good. There is a huge pleasure in that the stupidity of that. I mean, not the stupidity, the simplicity of like that working is just like, I know it's lame to be happy about that, but okay. So I had another theory about this. What if it is the SD card that's making the noise? One way to find out: remove it. So that's the secret of the SD card. Some double stick tape, and I also have perhaps a thinner double stick tape. But first, we're going to just close it without the SD card. That was the noise. Okay, so we're going to try that. That's good though, because that means it's only the SD card that's the problem. So then, oops. I can clean that out. I need something more aggressive. I need a paper towel. Okay, this is going to need proper cleaning. Okay, there's something funny, which is the machining on the back of the case, inside of the case. It leaves like a little nub right in the center. So, guess what? That's coming off of there. Okay, so for now I'm just going to clean this. I can use... Okay, I just want to make sure that was flat. Now I want to make sure, now I want to use a different tape. This was the tape I originally used. And then I accidentally switched to this tape. I tried to measure the thickness of the tape, but it was kind of hard to measure. Gonna use some gasket grease. Believe it or not, it's gone, the sound. And it's not because it's stuck. I know that that tape is a little bit thinner. And also getting rid of that little knob in the middle of the back case back. Okay. So now we're at a place where I need to clean up a little bit. I'm using a lot of Rodico because I bought 3 new ones, so I just wasted. When I was running out, I used like a tiny piece this long for like a month, and now I'm burning through it because I have it. Okay. We have the 1 terabyte. The only thing we don't have are markings and loom. And loom is more important to me than the markings, but they kind of go hand in hand. So I have one theory about marking it, which is to use this panerai, which is bigger than this movement. When this is out of the case, I can lay the movement on there and stick it on there with some Rodico, and I can see all these markers. And then I can copy them. So that'll be my first effort, first method. And if it doesn't work, I'll try something else. Okay. Man, I hate to do this, but there's just no way, after all that, there's no way I'm going to use this watch without loom. But I'm going to clean the inside of the crystal too when I open it again. And I'll also clean the back because I've been touching it. Not that I haven't been touching all over this watch. That is insane. I saw some dust up here. Okay. Now I can try the panerai thing. I knew this watch was good for something. So there's a problem, which is the camera looking down at this is not looking straight down. So if you line up 6 and 9, you can see more of the, there's more occlusion on the bottom than the top, which is what you would expect because the camera is slightly angled like that. But that should have minimal should be fine. Just this is temporary. That's going to be a problem now. How am I going to stick this? I need to put 4 tiny balls that won't occlude anything. If this was 1, would that even work? Oh, they just need to be at the 130, 430. This is insane. So I'll start. Oh, I need to do it from looking from the camera. So the screen I'm looking at is there. You have to get the ink flowing in the Sharpie. Position it. Sharpie dries up almost immediately. Maybe I'm not at enough angle. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so that first one's a fail. And that's the easy one. Try another one. Man. That one was not right either, so. How's that? Ooh, not bad. Not great, but not bad. 9 o'clock. Oh, 9 o'clock is easy. I'm not even going to worry about 9 o'clock. Okay, so I need to get some isopropyl alcohol to clean the bottom one. One of my ideas for these videos is to tell stories the whole time, but right now I'm too gripped. I'm too gripped with the excitement. No, it's too hard for me to concentrate and tell stories. So I'm not going to do that right now. So the next question is, how am I going to do this better? I can look at the 18, the date 18. It's kind of in the middle, but slightly biased towards the top of 18. The other thing is, yeah. So let me just try to go on that. See, it's weird. There's an illusion going on. I guess it's certainly not hard to start over. Okay, that's kind of good. Now 9 o'clock, it should just be where that divot is. Should be right here. Where's that Q-tip? Okay, I think that's all pretty good. Now the problem is we also have to do the other hours.
I want to see if I can darken this. Okay, so how to deal with where to place the loom. Like, I can't do the loom. Should I just try to make a black dot? First of all, what if I make a black dot and cover it with loom? How would I go about making the single black dot that's tiny? Maybe like that. I won't be so lucky on these other ones though. Kind of big, but I know, knowing the loom, I could probably do that. Touch, but nothing came off. Damn. This is tough. Don't know why. You know what? That's enough. Now the left-handed side is going to be even harder. Man, I can't see what I'm doing here.
That's not exactly great. It's hard to say if that's any help at all. If you look at those and consider how far off they are from like the being off by a whole minute, it's not bad. So these two just need to be a bit darker and moved, nudged to the left, which means just extend them to their own left. Jeez. Okay, let's take a look at that. Okay, that's good enough for the reason I want to do this, which is to be able to tell what time it is. That's a Series A Panerai Luminor, which means it's like the first year after this company called Vendrome bought them. It's like a very limited edition. There's pre-Vendrome Panerai, which is super valuable. And then there's Series A, which is kind of valuable. But I didn't know that when I bought it. I bought it like the year it came out or somewhere around there. 1998, 99. Maybe it was 2000 actually. Okay. Now let's see how this looks without a Panerai underneath it. So Loom, okay. Just got to do it and I'll be happy. I think too much. Oh my God. Should I do green? Is there any reason? No, green, nah. I feel like the wood thing was working pretty well last time. Oh, so there's a story about the astrophysicist friend I was telling you about. His dad was a watchmaker, and I used to. It doesn't really matter. I had a different office at one point. This is more like a studio, and it's kind of very customized for my needs. Anyway, I used to have an office that was more of like an office in the part of Geneva, and my friend asked me, something happened. I forget why he didn't have an office for a while. He didn't have a place he could go work, and the kids were bothering him. Not bothering him, but made it hard for him to work at home. So he asked if he could just come and sit at my office and work on his astrophysics projects. And I was like, sure, of course. I haven't had this happen before where I have too much powder. I'm worried whatever I do, I'll end up with too much lacquer now. So anyway, he came and worked in my office, which I assumed would be like quietly doing math at a table or at a desk. And he would sit there and like look at his work, and then he would stand up and start stomping his feet and screaming, "Fuck, no, no, God damn it." And he would just like scream at the top of his lungs at himself profanities. And he's a big guy, like a big guy with a loud voice, booming, screaming. And I was just like, is this a joke? Like, so I didn't want to say anything at first, but because I was just like, oh, he must be having a hard time. He's not going to do that again. And it just became this regular thing, like standing up, stomping, screaming. Like, it made you fear for your life. Anyway, what I realized was that was probably learned behavior because his dad was a watchmaker. And watchmakers in Switzerland work at home a lot. So I was like, his dad probably worked at home, these tiny watches, and probably basically lost his fucking mind. What do you think of that theory? I don't know what I'm doing here. How am I going to get a consistent size? I think this... Let me do this. I'm going to do the moving seconds hand. That's how confident I am. There you go. Now I'm going to do 12 o'clock. Second dot's too small. That's better. Now I have an idea with these other dots is to put them beside the black dot like that. I have to rotate that. Oh, I'm blocking the view. And it was so exciting. Now 9 o'clock I was going to just put it on top of the okay. The only one that looks a little bit small is this, and the black is a little bit small. And that presents a problem because I can't really mix these at this point. But I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, it's like the loom is too big compared to this one. Maybe I can take a little bit off. And add a tiny bit. These two are looking a little bit scrawny also. Okay, I think that's done. Now, we can do a flashlight test. So, maybe I should put something at 3. I think I need to put something at 3. Just put it on the side of that. Anyway, that's cool. Is 9 kind of weird? Nine is kind of runny or something, the black. Maybe I need to augment 9 a bit too. Okay, so this sorry for the head. That is, it's going to look a little bit weird at 9 and 3, but maybe if I fix 9, it's so annoying the way it wants to rotate. Okay, try again. Very cool, except for is there some loom or dust down by 5 o'clock? Is that loom? I think so. So I'll clean that. I think that's pretty good. So, what was the next thing? Oh, clean that spot by 5. Maybe the only other problem is if that loom on the tip that could cause a new problem with hitting the crystal because it's got a little bit of volume to it. I should have bent that first. I'll find out. I guess it's fine to wait, but I need to wait until that dries to put the case on it because otherwise it'll stick on the crystal, like literally smear and stick on it. So I'm gonna wait. I'll case it in a bit. Okay, so now we're gonna try to finish this up. First thing, need to remove the stem. Not like that, preferably. If you wipe your finger, it doesn't count if you touch. was thinking about getting autofocus up here, but I think it's better with all this hand action to have it fixed manual, because autofocus is going to be always chasing whatever closest to lens. Okay, I think that is fine. The reason I keep checking that screw is that sometimes after one pull in, pull out, it can turn another half turn. I don't know if it needs to, but okay, now I put I don't feel like I have to put the gasket grease every single time, because I presume some kind of stays there. Okay, sounds good. Now I'm going to set the time and the date. It's the 16th, 10:30 p.m. Something's wrong already. Okay, so I want to see if the minute hand's moving. It's moving, but the problem is the date function. Actually, the problem is it was doing this before. I don't understand. Changed it. Oh, the hour hand is just jumping like crazy. Watch this. What's going on there? The whole gear is jumping. And that's what I thought I was solving by I just want to look at, oh, that's totally screwed up. Ah, sucks. So frustrating. Okay, is it possible to set this thing? That looks like 10. Let's try to go to 10:30. 10:30 and a half. See if it's moving. Okay, minute hand is moving. Now, I just want to see how it looks and then... Might have to put this project aside for a while. It's incredibly frustrating. So the thing is, I think that looks super cool. I love it that you can see the old movement. The marker, the black mark at 6 o'clock is really the only one that matters. Oh, well, that's because I should look at it, the light's on. But in terms of loom, that's super cool. So you have to remember also, I have another movement identical to this, and I feel like I can still fix this, and I want to. It's just a matter of, it's taking me 12 hours so far. I'm learning something. But the coolest thing is this customization. 1 terabyte micro HD inside. Automatic wind is still working. Loom is going to look super cool, be super useful. It's pure ETA joy. I have to look at what year this movement's from. All stainless steel case. Just doesn't work. Come on, that's cool. So I'm gonna do like a full review of it after putting away put the strap on it. This is just because cosmetically it's finally at the place I wanted it to be. Like I could still machine the markers. I have a small kind of CNC machine, but that's another like 6 hours for no reason. I really should not waste time. Okay, so this is another beauty. I just have to relume this. This has tritium. See, it says Swiss T. Looks like hand painted because it painted right over the Swiss. I'll remove that at 6 o'clock, and hopefully the old tritium, when it breaks off, won't ruin the dial there. But this is like a compressor case. I tested it for waterproofness. Cool compressor dial. The only problem is I prefer watches that don't have date, but I like this watch. Keeps good time. No need to dig into the movement. Okay, so I wanted to show off this watch. This is the end of this project. I have these two Fleurier watches I bought for 25 Swiss francs each on the Swiss auction site Ricardo. And I still have one of them for spare parts. This is a kind of hybridization of both of them. You can see it has the hands from this one, including that hand that has a arrowhead. And these hands have onyx plus lume. I relumed them. So it has the hands from this. It has the movement that's kind of mixed between the two. And I think it has the case from this one. But they're so identical. Once I strip them down and clean them, it's hard to tell. It has a new Sternkraut's crystal from Cousins in the UK. I think that might have been a few pounds, not too expensive. It has a new gasket in the back, and because the dial has been removed, I loomed it with I just loomed directly on the case holder. So there's like a metal piece in there that holds the movement in the case. So you can see the loom dots, and then there's some kind of black marks also to help you see 6 o'clock, because 6 o'clock is not loomed, and 12 o'clock. So I might do something different with the markings eventually to make them more pronounced. But for now, I was just concerned that at night you could read the time, and I think it'll work great for that. I'll show that in a minute. Okay, so the other thing that's cool, I think this is my favorite watch. I put so much work into it. I love it that it was technically, let's say $50, $60, $70 maybe with the crystal. Dozens of hours of work went into it. The crystal accentuates the current date, so it helps your eye find the current date. And it's fun to be able to see the movement, the jewels. And then the amazing thing about this watch, which is a total coincidence of, like, I didn't plan this, but I've always wanted to do this. And when I started messing around with these cases, I discovered that this one was able to do something I always wanted to do. And that is, I was able to put a terabyte micro SD card inside it. It's double stick tape inside it. And it just so happens, because of the movement in this particular case, it doesn't work with the other case back that came with the other watch. But it just so happens there's just enough space if you use the thinnest double stick tape to put that in there, and it has no conflict with the auto winding mechanism. So this watch is a ETA 2742 movement. can shoot that with this iPhone. Look at that, the screen is black. Why is that? Okay, finally turned on. I might be recording slow motion. No? Come on, iPhone. Okay, so the iPhone is working. You can see the ETA 2472 marking right there. And 25 joules. SanDisk 1 terabyte. You can see the new stop this. The new case back gasket. I've tested to make sure it's waterproof. It just at shallow depths, just enough to make sure that like sweat's not going to go in there, a splash, or when you're washing your hands. I should put some gasket grease on that. I'll do it the next time I close it up. And then if we look at this again, you can see the detail in those loom dots. There's a loom on the tip of the second hand. The hands are a mess. I took them on and off so many times, but they work visually. You don't see all that crap when you see them from a distance. Oh, the other thing is that this dial I found in the garbage outside my apartment. Dial. This clasp. And it's an old, I like these clasps. It's old Tropic clasp, which I think is, I think it's Swiss, but in any case, it's nice stainless steel. It's from a Tropic band, which is like a waterproof plastic band from the 50s or 60s. And I found it in the garbage, and that makes it special to me also. And then there's another feature here that this watch has that I love, which is the strap lost the ring. You know how normally there's two leather rings here? It lost the ring here, so I was like, oh, what can I do with that place where the leather ring was? And I decided you can store 1 gram of gold in there. So this is a 1 gram Raiffeisen 99.9% 24 karat gold. I think it's only worth about $50 right now, but it stays in there, it doesn't fall out, and I just think there's something cool about that. I think that if you buy a gold watch, there's like, you can be like, oh, the gold has some value, but you would never sell the gold. But if you put 1 gram of gold in your watch, in the band, it's available. You could give it to somebody in a pinch in exchange for something, or you can just know that you have like fungible gold on you. So that's cool. The gold, the buckle, stainless written in French. And then we'll do the loom. I'll show you how it looks when it glows in the dark. So, where's my flashlight? Charge it up while I turn off the lights. So that's the loom. And that also, I think, looks really cool. There's loom at 3 o'clock. It's just stuck on the side of the movement. And I want to do one more shot of this. With some depth. If I can get it, yeah. So that's ETA 2472 movement. This is a movement that where the date snaps as opposed to gradually changing and then snapping at the end. It just snaps. It kind of charges up and snaps all of a sudden. So that's that. That's the kind of thing that I enjoy doing with watches. And I'm starting to, unfortunately, get more into the movement side of it. But it's fun just to personalize a watch, take something that has some meaning historically, and then totally make it meaningful to yourself because of the work you put into it, like working on your car or whatever. And do whatever is necessary creatively along the way to make it work. Anyway, that's my favorite watch. Thanks for watching. Okay, so there's a couple weird things about this watch still. It's stopping and winding it. I want to see if it's winding it that makes it go again. Last time I gave it a few winds and it started going, but it only went for 20 minutes. And it's interesting, it's stopping at, the second hand is stopping at 12 o'clock. Let's see if I... Oh, that's interesting. It was about to change date. So I think there's something, the date change mechanism is not working. And so the question is, I can kind of, let me do that actually, just because the problem is I need to get it a little bit higher. Here's what we're going to do. This stuff, probably going to steal some parts from that. That's the other 2472 movement. So I don't know if I'll use these or not, but they can stay there. So this is the whole thing I wanted to do, is just get this up at a level where I can hold it still and change the setting. So I want to look at what's wrong here. It just changed the date, and what I was observing before is that the date mechanism seems to be putting up a lot of resistance at some point and then popping up the hour hand gear, which is this gear, the brass gear, large brass gear in the center. So as you go around, it would that would pop, and then the hour hand will just like go flying somewhere else. So coming up on noon. Oh, there, it just popped a little bit. You see it drawing back. Oh, the date changed at 6 o'clock. Now, if I go backwards, this should allow me to come at the date change again. And it should go at 6 o'clock again, but it doesn't. But because I went back 6 hours, that will probably change the time that the date changes at by 6 hours. No, maybe not, because that was the halfway and that was at 6:30. Oh, see, there was a big jump there. The hour hand jumped. And there it jumped again. So this is what I'm talking about. I don't know why that's happening. There it jumped again. I do know what is happening. I don't know why. So what's happening is this brass hour hand gear is coming up, and then tension from the... Oh wait, maybe it's slipping on the other side. That's weird. I need to watch that in slow motion or something. Because it happens so fast, I don't know if this tiny gear is also participating, which would indicate that what's happening is on the settings side. The settings, the slippage is happening in setting mode. Now, when that slips, when the watch mechanism is disengaged from those hands, the setting gear train is engaged. So any slippage that occurs is propagating back through the setting mechanism. And the setting mechanism is where the slippage is occurring. And it makes sense that there's a spring tension. You know, I also feel like I see it, and like this is kind of slipping in. So if we go, let's see if we can cause that to happen. Like we go a certain distance. There was the halfway mark. I say that because I saw that thing pop. Now we keep going. We see tension building. Not a lot yet. Oh, there was already a little bit of... Okay, now watch. I'm trying to cause the slippage. I'm curious about something. 3 o'clock still kind of lines up correctly, which is weird. Wasn't it? It's about to go. The date change. Yeah, date change just went. Oh, I saw slippage there this time. Like this thing went crazy. Maybe that's what it should do though. Okay, now if I go forward again. Oh, that was halfway mark. So we still have the date change happening at 6 o'clock. That was some kind of slippage right there. That was huge slippage right there. I think I need to stop this and look at the video. There's slippage again. And I want to see, is the slippage because of this? It doesn't seem to be related to this either. Another thing we could look at is that gear riding up. But even if it was, it does seem to be riding up. Okay, I'm going to watch some video of that. I know it happens basically in one frame is the problem. You know what? I'll just shoot some slow motion of it. That's why I have this set up. So now, I think for slow-mo it doesn't get that close is the problem. Slow-mo. Where's the lens? Lens is on the other side. Can't get that close. What a pain in the ass. First I have to get it within focusing range. Then I can zoom in. It's still in slow-mo, but it won't focus unless I go much higher. Damn it. This is a fault of iPhone. Like the sensor that is engaged in close-up apparently is not able to do the high speed, which is a drag. Now I've got this thing in the way of going down. No, I don't want to be up that high. Probably won't be able to go low enough with this setting. Could just handheld hold it, but I'm too stubborn to do that. Slow-mo. So what happens when if I it's weird. Okay, that almost seems useful. Except for I can't change took it off that, so I can't change that. Can't turn that that crown very easily. Maybe that needs to come up a hair now. What's important is that I can, in the slow motion, I can see this gear, this little gear. You can't see it, but you'll see it in the video, I guess. Okay, recording. And now I want to cause that slippage to occur. And now, knowing my luck, it won't do it again. It's doing a little bit there, I think. Date change happened. Now it seems like the way to make this happen is go backwards. And go forward. Date change happened. Date change happened again. But I'm still not seeing the hour hand do its crazy. Date change happened. Oh, this is crazy. I think the date will happen at... Did it just happen? There. So it just won't do the slipping. Now that's what it's supposed to do. When you back up, it allows you to come forward and it changes again. That looked like a mess up. Because let's see though. Yeah, so that time it didn't work, and the reason I could tell is this thing sprung. It didn't, it jumped. So I didn't see the hour hand jump, but I saw that thing jump. So it just refuses to have a problem now with the hour hand jumping. Okay, I saw it spring, so that means going forward this time, it's not gonna change the date right there. So again, I can look at why it sprung there, And maybe that'll give me some insight if it happened between these two little gears. Okay, so I'm going to stop that. This is insane. So what I'm doing is importing that into Photos, that video, and then I'll put it on the NAS and I'll review it on the screen that I can share here. But it's very slow importing for some reason. Okay, so it's going to be vertical, and I tried to, in Photos, I tried to open it in QuickTime to rotate it, which it didn't even open it in QuickTime, even though that's an option. Now I'm trying to export it to the NAS. Anyway, it's crazy to me that Apple can't make this shit work. It's like their own apps. Photos app, QuickTime, it's their own phone, their own laptop. That's supposed to be one of the benefits of controlling the ecosystem, is you can actually make things work, but not Apple. So it's trying to export it now. Maybe it's done, who knows? And it rotated it. I didn't even tell it to rotate it. Oh, it's not rotated on this computer though. That's hilarious. Okay, it's not rotated on either. Just the icon is cropped funny. My recollection is, this is another great Apple thing. If I rotate this, so right now I can play it, right? QuickTime. But rotate it right. Oh, good. That works. Okay, so I want to go kind of towards the end. And I want to look for just before I pointed at that gear. I think I did it right there. Okay. Okay, I saw that thing slip. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. We're going to watch this gear. As I'm winding it backwards, you'll see this thing zip really quickly, and I want to see if it's slippage here or somewhere else. All right, that's forward. Okay, the date changed. Now I go backwards, right? Backwards. Okay. Now you'll see this gear move quickly? And how is it able to do that? Oh, right there. What's happening there? Okay, I'm going backwards because I want to catch the frames where that moved quickly. Right there, okay? So now, what's happening? Here's what's happening, folks. If you look at this gear, on the frame in which this slippage occurs, look at this gear, it's the next frame, and the teeth disappear. And the reason the teeth disappear is because it's motion blur. So this gear is not moving, this gear is slipping, and it's slipping under this gear, which is riding up. So it's running around underneath this gear. This gear is not moving, this one is so motion blurred in that frame that it looks like it has no teeth. And then just to double check that those gears are actually not supposed to slip. I know that they're not supposed to slip, but I can show you actually. See how that the gear with the glint on it right now, which is the one I was pointing at, it definitely interfaces with that brass gear. It has the same teeth size, and that it is interfaced, it's slipping. And the reason it's slipping, I believe, is it's not interfacing correctly. This is with this gear in the bottom. It's loose or it's popped out or something, so it's not playing nice with this gear. I think that when I take this apart and I lift the gears off, the driver. Let me think about this. The question is, why is this gear riding up? And for this movement, that's this gear. Why is it able to come up? Is it just because there's no dial there? Which actually, it is. It's like the failure of, it can ride up. It's not necessarily a failure below that. It's my washer thing is not working to hold the whole thing down. Now you would think that second hand is attached to that central column. So you would think that the second hand could hold that gear down by holding the minute hand down, but then the minute hand has to hold the top of the hour hand wheel down. Okay, so we can look at the stacking. The minute hand needs to be pressed tighter against the minute hand needs to be pressed tighter against the top of the hour hand gear. It needs to be forced down until it's contacting it. Now the question is it not able to do that for a reason? For example, is it not able to do that because of a change in size? I think it should be able to slip down further. Oh, the problem is I'm missing the gear I need to look at. This is just, there's a gear lost in this desk area. I mean, I have one in the other watch, but so if that gear has a shelf on it that holds, that stops the second hand from going down, then I need to swap it out for this gear. Now this gets really strange. This gear's column right here, no, that makes it even worse. Let me just think about this. This is the tall gear or the low gear? I think this is the tall gear. I'm not sure I can even explain this, but if this gear, I have two gears like this. One is in this watch and one is here. One of these movements was geared, all these columns for the hands were higher. Basically, I called Salita about this some time ago to find out if they'd make movements, stock movements with different hand heights. And they said, yes, you can order medium, regular, or high, or something like that. High, medium, whatever. One or two different heights. So these two movements had different hand heights, and the reason is one of them had a pie pan style dial, and the other had a non-pie pan style dial. So the one with the pie pan style dial had higher hand placement. So the gear that's missing, which is the minute hand gear, this, which is the hour hand gear, and this central column were taller on the pie pan movement. This movement here is the non-pie pan, and I know that because I know I have the tallest second hand possible on the other one. But I moved these other two gears from this one to the other one, the hand and the minute and the hour hand gear to the other one, which made it lower. So now this should be a taller hour hand wheel than the one that's in there. And if I put it there, it should be easier to crimp that the way I want to with the minute hand holding it down. And I know that's insane, but that is the theory I'm going to proceed on right now. I have been wrong before, so I would not bet that this is correct. But in order to keep moving forward, you have to not give up, and I have to keep thinking about this and thinking, okay, how am I going to get from point A to point B? One thing that's for sure, there's different ways of being a watchmaker, and this is not the way to be a watchmaker. I like the idea of combining. I mean, I should talk about electronics because you have to pay attention. You can't ad lib. You can't just make shit up. It won't work. You can't, like, the best way to go is with the best training, the best documentation, know everything that you're supposed to do it right, and then it's much easier, and know how things are working. And then if you want to make a modification, you know what you're doing and why you're doing it. And what I'm doing right now is all experimentation without... sorry, I'm too hot. If you've been watching this, I don't need to explain how stupid what I'm doing is. Oh, I don't need this movement right now, really. So this is going to lift everything off. And from this, there's a couple bad things. Okay, one is that I popped it off. Oh man, the plastic broke this. No, it didn't break it, but it damaged this hand. I can bend it back, but see that? Eventually that will snap and I'll be very disappointed. Because I like that hand, second hand. Okay, so then because that center gear popped out, that causes a problem because I have to get it to pop back in again, and that requires, my recollection is that kind of requires either putting the Rodico on it or removing all the gears on both sides to be able to lift it out. I think I can just remove the gears again, but that's like a half hour long fucking operation. Seems like this camera is not able to focus. Is that correct? Oh, it's just on the front edge of that. It's focusing here. Okay, so this assembly needs to be disassembled. Is there any inspection I can do first to see if second hand is missing. The question is the minute hand allowing, is the minute hand in this situation allowing is it fixing these two gears together, or is it allowing some slippage? Because my assumption was that stacked with the second hand with the washer on top, it would not slip. So then any instability, it could be coming from that bottom gear, could be coming from this gear being damaged from all the pressure I put on it when I was trying to assemble it the wrong way. So this one may be not damaged, and maybe I can swap them out. I almost feel like it's dumb because the tape recorder is just recording. Because I'm talking to it like it's a human being, I feel like guilty of abusing the theoretical watcher. Like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm making you watch this. But so I want to turn it off to not feel that guilt, because from talking to the camera so much, it starts to have a persona of like the individual that I'm talking to, or the group that I'm talking to. It's like there's no one there. If they're there, they're by choice in any case. So there's no reason to turn it off, but I feel like turning it off. I think it's also shame for being so stupid. It's like I don't want anybody to know how what I'm actually doing, because I'm ashamed. Oh, another thing I could look at is this gear, like I think, is this gear shorter? It's hard to compare them. I cannot say for sure. What I can say is I've already played with this enough to feel like that minute hand is holding it down without very much play. The gear on the bottom of this is driven by this. These things on the bottom of this should hold that, but I do feel like this one could be damaged and this one could be better. And so that gets into that world of like disassembling everything necessary to change out those gears, which I have to do anyway on one to pull it out and attach it back to this, but I didn't have to do it on both. Now, since this is going to be scrapped, see, the other reason I wanted to see that gear slip is to know see, why is this going up and down? Does it go up and down on this one? It's great having two movements to compare.
So it doesn't matter if it goes up and down, because once the other gear is in place, it can't go up. It's only this other gear that goes up. And the reason it's going up is because it's getting free from this gear that should be clamped onto it at the bottom. And that arrangement right there at the bottom, which you can see the same thing here, those three little arms are spring, essentially pressure fit onto the bottom of this, so that it grips, but it grips and it slips. It grips and it slips. And if it becomes disconnected, it slips a lot more than it grips. And if it slips a lot more than it grips and it goes up, then you have a problem, because it's also disconnecting from the setting gear and or disconnecting from the date wheel gear. And that disconnect allows the slippage and the spinning that we've seen. And that slippage can occur on either side. If it occurs on this side, then whatever tension is in the date mechanism is released through the hour hand, which spins freely then. But that would also mean that the minute hand is still geared to, so this is the minute hand gear. The minute hand gear is still geared underneath it, and the minute hand gear but somehow the top hour hand gear is getting free. And of course they do spin separately from each other. So if the hour hand gear is getting free, but the minute hand gear is not,
So I would say that gear, this large brass gear with the Swiss cheese effect, I would say that it's that I call that the slipping and gripping gear, and I would say that is damaged on this movement. So I should swap them out, and that's that. I procrastinated for 10 minutes already after making that decision already. Could be a lot easier just to order another watch for $25. And that is not a joke. Okay, so actually to remove this, this is the good gear. So what I'm going to do is just get it. Like, I don't like the idea of having loose parts all over the work area. So I'm going to get it, and then I'm going to put this movement back together without it. I think this screwdriver is already, that's the 0.5, that's the smallest one. It's already needs some repair. They all kind of do. Okay, so the same technique, I'm going to put that there. I'm going to put this. Man, I'm seeing double vision. There. Okay, now my idea was to put this back immediately in case I end up needing other parts. And also to keep from having loose parts floating around. I kind of have to get back to work on my real work. I think when this becomes not fun and I realize that it's just obsessive compulsive behavior, it makes me challenge my own sanity in a way. Like, if this is fun, that's fine. Hobbies are fun, right? People need some fun in their life. But when it's not fun, and you're doing it instead of work, which I actually love my work, it starts to become some kind of weird behavior. And it's driven, I know what it's driven by, obsessive compulsive desire to, I don't want to be defeated even by my own
I don't want to be defeated by my own like nobody's watching, nobody's judging me.
Except for you.
No. I just don't want to be defeated. If I wanted to do something, every time I get, you know what? I don't have to explain it. A psychologist can explain obsessive compulsive, and maybe that's not even the right term for it. I think it's the right term, but that behavior can be. There's an aspect of that is who I am, and that it also gets me through a lot of challenges because I do not give up. And I don't want to dig in too much to not giving up, but not giving up on one thing can also represent procrastinating another. So that's where you have to go, wait a minute. How do you know one thing from the other? If you're honest with yourself. And again, I think it has to do with the actual issue of pleasure and guilt, because as long as it's creating pleasure, I don't have a huge problem with guilt. What I have guilt for is when it's not fun. Then it's not pleasure, it's masochism. And then you have to start doubting if you know the difference between pleasure and pain, and what your real motivation is. Those are the kind of questions I'm asking myself today. I did spend a lot of time kind of falling in love with this movement and these two watches. So now I believe this is bad, this is good. Or let's say this is damaged, this is not damaged. And we can test how well they cling to this gear, because they cling to the bottom of this. This is the press fit thing. But I think it's interesting to show them in detail and to see, because even the close-up on this, for this kind of thing where it's handheld and it's just regular video, not high speed, it's better than my eyes. This is like using a microscope. So I'm recording. As I say that, then it refuses to focus, right? This is the one I think is in good condition. This is the one I think is a little bit chewed up. Now, if you think about it, if each of those three prongs, or if any of those three prongs are pushed back and the center is no longer as tight as it should be, you get slippage. I could try to bend it back manually, or I could be wrong, that maybe it's not got a problem. But in my opinion, this looks like it has a little bit of a problem. Let's see if I can manipulate it a little bit.
This thing in particular looks weird to me. But again, even if it's just pressed open more than it should be, it would be very hard to detect that with your eyes. But to me, that's what it looks like. It's been forced too many times. So this one should be better. Okay, so the next problem is as you may recall, if you've been paying attention for the last 24 hours, no, there are some more problems with getting this situated in there. I can put the gear in by itself, but then to snap that thing onto it, I either need to put Rodico under it, or I need to remove this gear, which means remove this screw, which means that this spring can go wild, and then I can spend another half hour trying to get that put back together. I feel like I don't recall now if the Rodico thing worked. I know I thought it worked, but I also feel like there's a danger that it will simply make a mess. But I'm going to do both. I'm going to proceed with both possibilities and then make a decision. So if I do the Rodico thing, I think I have to unstack this. Okay, now in doing that, I can also see that this is taller. Let me see if I can make the camera show that. So this one is taller than that one. Now it could be that it's so much taller that it doesn't even let the minute hand attach.
too shaky. I think I got it. Yeah, so that's too tall. And the minute hand would never attach to that. There's not enough coming out of the top. So that's not going to be a solution. So this gear goes with the spare movement. And then this is our faulty. And then the other thing is, this thing does have a point at which the second hand cannot go below. I think you can probably see it in the side view here. There's a limit on how far that second hand can go down. It wants to sit on that little rim right there. So that's also interesting, because that means that there's a little bit of play in between those hands. But I think that's what is needed. So I think that really the hope should be that this should use Rodico for that. I'm going to have to make a determination if I can press fit these gears together using the Rodico technique. So that seems like a fail to me. So the next thing we'll do is just experiment with Does that look like a failure? I would say so. I would say that does not work. A for effort, F for you grade. Okay, so anyway, the way I need to press this, I recall that when I first looked at this gear, I saw the orientation of these things was like, these little arms was like that. So let me make sure there's no Rodico particle on this. So I'm going to use this soft rubber mat as the backing, which seemed to work before, to try to press this. I should probably use straight downward pressure.
That was almost another. The other one got lost the same or similar way. So maybe I need to take a moment and think about this. What if I use 1/2 of the tweezer? That seems better. So now you can see how, is that right? Sorry, I need to examine this myself for a second. Yeah. So this is the arrangement that we want. And that needs to stay like that once the watch is reassembled and not get loose. So if the other gear was damaged a little bit, that could get loose. And this one could also get you loose if I'm not careful. So I want to look at this with the phone and see if I see anything. So you can see how that appears to be designed to grip the pressure of those 3 points and slip if necessary. Again, if it slips too much, you have a problem. And if that center of the metal gear, the round part sticking out there, pops up and is not gets free, then you have a huge problem. But I'm not sure that that's what's been happening or not. It's also possible that those gears, because those gears are different on the two movements, and I swapped them out, it's possible that this gear would never be happy in the new movement. And that would be because that distance at the bottom of that might be different. So at the bottom of that center pin, if that recess is different than this recess, but I don't think there's any reason to think that those are different. What is different is the height of the pins themselves. Although it looks the same. Okay. So in order to put this assembly back in there, I have to remove this gear. And in order to remove this gear, I have to remove that screw. And that plate has to be removed so that I can remove this little assembly. And then I should be able to drop this in. Oh, right, we had problem clearing. Okay, in theory that's that. Now this thing, on the bottom it has a tiny gear that interfaces. Is that true? Yeah, but that interface is over here. It doesn't interface with this tiny gear. I mean, with our slip and grip gear. Okay, that goes there. That goes there. Now this, you can kind of see, this thing slipped out, which is the thing that holds the date ring in place, but the spring is still where it should be. So rather than try to push it back in right now, I'm going to try to put this screw in. and just get the screw to the point where the reason for that is because now I can push this. I want to use plastic for that. I can push this spring-loaded thing back where it belongs. I think that was a fail. I was hoping that would hold the spring in place, but it failed. Okay, so what we're going to find under here is there's a little spring that needs to be replaced. Not replaced, but put back in place. See, that spring came out? So this lever needs to sit where it belongs. This is again why, like, when I worked on the Cal 44, IWC Cal 44 ladies watch, and I thought everything was so tiny, it's no tinier than this. So you can see this is the spring that holds the date wheel clicker. But this date wheel clicker needs to flip over like that, and then needs to be put where it belongs. I feel like these pliers have some magnetism, so I have to... tweezers, I mean. So then date wheel clicker needs to move into place. This spring needs to be placed. This is what I didn't want to have to do, because there's always a chance that things will go flying. Every step of the way you never really pass that danger until that's closed up, you know? Like that. I'll find it. If not, I have a spare. Felt like it went that way. So Oh man, so now then I just picked up this plate without knowing it. The clicker is still sitting there. That plate is there. The problem is, where's the spring? So I have a second chance by stealing the spring from that second movement. But I think I'm going to take a break and look for that, and then I'll turn it back on. After I find it. Oh, wait. No. If I saw it go this direction, where could it go? A lot of things go that direction and then they're gone. Of course, it could have bounced back. Okay, so break time while I crawl around on the floor. Okay, so I found the spring here. And now I have to try to do this again. Oh, it blocked out in my head, sorry. Okay, so the spring I'm gonna try I'm trying to just stick it a little bit with some Radico so that if it tries to go anywhere, Perhaps I can inhibit that with the Radico. Now the other thing is, on this side I need this. I probably should put the thing in a movement holder as well, but see, as soon as I took the pressure off the lever, it popped. Damn it. Same thing again. So if I try to hold this, so you can see I kind of got it there. It's just like, it's a spring. And there it goes. Now that should work, but like to get that screw in without tripping that. Mm. Mm. Okay, now I have another theory, which is that before I took the larger oil thing and moved it into this. Okay. So I was using basically no oil, and then I did maybe a bit too much. So I believe I can put this thing on there now. The last time I did this plate, I had a hard time getting the screws started without the plate slipping around, so I Rodicoed the plate. I'm going to try again. Magnetic is not helping me. So the theory there is like, I need to try another thing here. I accidentally picked up the magnetic screwdriver. There's some kind of fuzz. Jeez. Okay, so I have a theory. Where's that third screwdriver? If I use the Rodico as if it was a screwdriver, I mean, like what I'm doing, if I, because basically to get it off the Rodico, I need to get it started and turn it. Okay, that's not working either. The next attempt will be back to trying to secure this plate with the Rodico a little bit. That helped a lot, actually. Now, I'll try the magnetic screwdriver because this should be easier again because the plate's not going to move this time. Okay, I have to remember to go back and tighten that screw. Once you commit to the magnetic screwdriver, oof, it's fine, but you have to twist it in. You can't just place it. So you have to be in the thread. Oh boy. I wonder if those other watchmaking videos, they just... Man, this is being so difficult. It's so difficult. I feel like the screw disappeared into the movement. And if that's the case, that is not good. God damn it. Oh. Oh, that is a drag. How the hell? Where the hell? Yeah, I see it right there. Motherfucker. Oh, fuck me. Oh, it came out. That is fucking insane. Jesus Christ. Sorry for the language. Motherfucker. Doing that. I told that story about the astrophysicist friend whose dad was a watchmaker. I was just doing exactly... The problem is, until that screw starts, until it catches and starts, you just cannot exert any extra force on it. Hey, that was a new solution. Just rotate the movement instead of the screw. Okay, now I got to tighten up this other one. I think it makes sense. It made sense a long time ago to put it in the movement holder, but it particularly makes sense now because I need to put some. I need these screws to be tight enough that they're not going to unscrew. And it's time to sharpen the screwdriver before I do any more work with. I'm not going to do it right now, but they come with extra bits, but I think you can also just sharpen them. Okay, so next is the hour hand. And I have a theory about this, which is if things are working correctly, I can find midnight Oh, I need to focus. Sorry about that. Now I can't focus. I need to get it off of the rubber mat. Okay, again, the theory here is that I can find midnight and then lift the hour hand gear and replace it. Is it slipping actually? Okay, so if it's there, why can't I just lift this off, rotate it, and place it at midnight? Shouldn't that be midnight now? Don't know why I can't use the tweezers anymore. So now I need guess that's moving. So the second hand, I had accidentally bent it a little bit, so I want to try to fix that before. I almost need to brace it somewhere like this. That should be all right. Oh, actually, the way to touch that is with the tip of this, I think. So it looks a bit high again. That seems pretty good. So what if I just try to set it? It's 8:30 p.m. Well, we have to look at the date changeover, even though it's likely to disappoint. Quarter till 12 is not too bad. It's basically 8:30 right now. I have a feeling something I may be doing wrong in general working with this movement is when I remove the stem, it should not be in setting mode. It should be in running mode. I think I should Google that. But basically, if I forget and the stem is out and I remove it, then who knows what's happening when I reinsert the stem. So I'm going to assume, because it's in running mode now, I need to remove the stem to put it back in the case. Now I need to put the stem back. Okay. The spring is there. Okay, so the other thing I want to do this time is the spring being the case back spring. Okay. It's not done. I'm just getting frustrated. Okay. Nice and tight for waterproofness. Sounds good on the rotor. Give it some manual winding. Now, so that's it. I need to set the date correctly. It looks like Oh, and then also still have the gold. Raiffeisen, 1 gram of pure gold. And that stores right in there, behind the buckle from the garbage. Waterproof, 1 terabyte of storage, 1 gram of gold. Loom, I think I should do one final loom shot. So that's originally this was a Flurrier watch. I ruined the dial on it trying to clean it. I rubbed right through the enamel, first the varnish and then the enamel. So then I decided just to remove the dial completely and to loom the movement holder. And of course I reloomed the hands and I put a loom dot on the second hand. And also because I combined 2 watches, I was able to put a micro SD card inside the case back. So it has a terabyte of storage in it. And then because of this strap losing its buckle, I put a 1 gram gold bar in the strap. And it's got a buckle I found in the garbage. And that is my skeletonized ETA 2472 quick date function. The date snaps. In the 2452, the date was gradually changed and snapped at midnight, but it was moving for like an hour in the 2452. 2472, it got this action where it snaps at the changeover. And right now this one is set for 15 minutes till midnight because I didn't want to play around with the hands anymore. I want to see if it works first. If it works consistently for a few days, I may go back and try to reset it to midnight, but I don't want to risk damaging it because I just replaced the gear behind the hour hand. Like, I don't know what the gear is called, but I called it the catch release gear or something like that. I just replaced that, and I don't want to damage it by pushing and pulling on the hands anymore. Okay. I hope that's it for that watch. That was a crazy amount of work. I'm not even sure if the video of doing it will edit in an interesting way, but I certainly have a lot of video of the process of working with this watch. So I'll try to edit it into something interesting.
So I'm watching for the date change on this. I set it for midnight. The hour hand still needs to be adjusted. So before I do that, I just want to see. You can see it's about to change. You can see from this position of this thing right here, it's about to change. I think it's going to change at about 12:05, and then if that's the case, then I want to carefully adjust the hour hand so that it's adjusted by 10 degrees or whatever it is to get it so it's aligned correctly at 12. I also want to look at the stacking of the hands again. I still don't know. I use two techniques to try to make sure that the brass hour hand gear doesn't lift off. One is I replaced the slip and grip gear, drive gear at the bottom of the stack with one that was not as abused, and that seems to have helped, but that helps hold the second hand down. No, that helps. What does that help hold down? Yeah, it helps hold the minute hand down actually. But the minute hand, see, the thing is that washer, it holds the minute hand down because the minute hand is attached on that. But the minute hand bottoms out at a certain point. So the play and the minute hand, I should draw this actually. Sharpie's probably too fat. Well, maybe not, because the okay, so let's say this is the stack, and here we have the slip and grip gear, and then sitting inside of that we have now this gear has, so this is the minute hand, and then outside of that we have the hour hand, right? And then here there's a gear that translates hours and minutes. And then then here we have the second hand. So you've got your hour hand, you've got your minute hand, you've got your second hand, which is actually sitting up like this. And then you've got this washer I put here. And the point of the washer is to this second hand is anchored somewhere below here. And it can't pull up. But this stack right here can pull up. The hour hand and the second hand gear can pull up, but it's held back by the stacking of this slip and grip gear, because it's got things above it here and here. But it still has some play, and because of that play, it can slip up and release here, which is on the drive and setting side, or it can release over here, which is on the side of the date mechanism. And so that's where you get into these problems if this is not held down. And that's why the watch has a washer here, exaggerated, and that washer is to hold this down based on the dial on this dotted line. So the dial, with the dial missing, you don't have this holding this flexible spring to hold this down. So you can get a little bit of play in this. Whatever play is here can come all the way up. And these gears are thin, so you can get some play in it. So my idea was to put this washer here under the second hand. And this is complicated because the second hand, this whole second hand shaft is from pie pan style movement, which is the higher hand movement. So this second hand is higher than it would normally be because I used the high hand movement, but then I put the regular hand minute and hour wheels. So the second hand purposely or by design sticks up higher than it should, because normally this part of the second hand would actually slip down inside the. Oh, that's interesting. The fact that this second hand is not slipping down inside there may be allowing some rotation, some play in this gear from side to side, because once the second hand is seated in there properly, it may stabilize this from rocking, this assembly of hour and minute hand from rocking back and forth. So then but there's two problems. One is that the second hand, because this is the pie pan high hand movement, this second hand cannot go any lower, because there's a if this is where the second hand mounts, there's a stage here, so it can't go any lower than that stage. So what you would need if you wanted to stabilize this would be a washer with a wall that goes down, and that washer needs to, and I'm not sure, the washer holds the washer uses this downward pressure from the second hand base to keep everything below it from slipping up, but it also needs to attach to, it needs to be drilled out to be large enough to slip over the lip that holds the regular second hand up, and it needs to have the sides still present so that it goes down into and stabilizes the hour hand thing as expected, if it's expected that it actually slips inside there. And I'm not sure that is expected. I can look at that to try to figure that out. So now this thing should change any minute now. I forgot to turn on the audio recording. I thought I did turn it on. Anyway, the microphone from one of these cameras is fine, actually. If I could turn this on, yeah, I'll turn it on anyway. In case I use the screen. So now, yeah, that date change is about to happen. So then the question when I fix it is,
I'll still need to adjust the hour hand by a hair, but I should probably also adjust the minute hand because I don't want it to happen at 15 minutes after. There's another thing, which is it seems like it's working now. So all this talk about this is theoretical, and if it's working now and it's keeping time and it's this gear is not slipping up, the assembly of hour and minute hand are not slipping up, then there's no reason to worry about this. But the way to do this would be, I used a second hand to create this washer, but in the process of drilling it out, it released this lower part. So the thing to look for would be, I don't see any way to, this is just such a tiny part, it'd be hard to make it, but I have a collection of a few different second hands I could investigate if any of them can be drilled out and retain their, whatever you call that tube that's attached to the second hand. Or if the one happens to be a little bit larger and will just fit in there, and then you just break off the ends of the second hand like I did with this washer. And then basically you create the same washer, but it has a little bit of inset, and that little bit of inset stabilizes this from rocking. But like I say, I'm not sure that that's necessary at all. This thing should go any minute. Again, you can see it's primed right here. As soon as that slips, it'll change the date. Now, it's one thing. It's difficult when I try to move those hands. Pulling them on and off, particularly without the face there, does put a lot of pressure on this slip and grip point, which is how I damaged the other watch, which is why I replaced that gear. Because if you're not pulling this against the face or the dial, if the dial is there, this assembly of hour and minute hand, when you pull with a Presto tool or whatever tools, you're pulling the hands against the face. If there's, the dial. If there's no dial there, you're pulling against this fragile gear down here, which is a press fit gear. And that's basically why I don't want to be, without the dial there, I don't want to be removing the, I prefer not to remove the hands anymore, hour and minute hands. So one way to set them without moving them, that's interesting. Maybe I should just let it be 12. I kind of like it. Like the closer it gets to midnight with the hour hand, the more I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna. No, you know what? Oh, I could just change the minute hand. I need to change the minute hand anyway, because the minute hand needs to line up with the hour hand at midnight. But if I don't have to change the hour hand, that would be ideal. So the way to change the minute hand without removing it is hold its. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, well, so the way to do that would be to hold its gear in place while you move the hand, because the hand can slip on the shaft that it's mounted on. That's a press fit fitting. So but in order to hold it so the gear doesn't move, it's hard because we don't have access to that gear. So there's two things that are holding that gear. One thing that's not holding that gear is the slip and grip gear below. So but it is geared directly to the hour hand. Okay, so the slip and grip gear is not going to hold it. It's going to slip. The hour hand gear is geared directly to it and can hold it. However, the way it's geared with a 12 to 60 to 1 ratio, 60 minutes per hour, the 60 to 1 ratio means that if you try to hold it with the hour hand, you've got this gear differential that makes it so that it doesn't hold it very well. But maybe that's the way to do it. Hold it with the hour hand gear. And the other way to hold it would be to hold it with the crown out. So the crown is engaged in its setting function. I really hope this thing goes any second now, because the hand is very close to midnight, the hour hand. Okay, so the thing I'm thinking is I'll pull out the stem and the dial so that the stem and the crown, so the crown can be used to try to stabilize, so the min hand can be forced without rotating the gears. And in particular, I want to move the min hand without moving the hour hand gear. The other way to do it would be to put a tiny screwdriver in the gear train of the hour hand, like wedge it in there, so that there's just no play. So that as the hour hand gear tries to go backwards, even though it's geared 60 to 1, it's got no ability to move because it's got a hard stop from a tiny screwdriver blade being in there. I think that's kind of brute method, that it's kind of not the right thing, not the right way to treat a watch gear, but could work. I'm pretty sure, I don't know how tight the minute hand is at this point in terms of press fit on the minute hand gear. It was loose, very loose before, so I pinched it also has like a part that grips the press fit. So I squeezed out a bit to push it in to make it grip tighter. So I'm not sure how movable it is now. See, the problem with this right now is that at 12:20, the 12 o'clock, this is not a nice hand arrangement just between the hour and the minute. Forget about the date. You don't want the minutes to be 20 after 12 when the hour hand is still at 12. So it's really the minute hand that has to be adjusted. It's been almost 20 minutes. I'm waiting for this thing to go, and I'm talking. Well, in a second, I'll be able to see the gear. Like the hour hand is going to clear the date lever thing, so you'll be able to see the gap there. I love the mechanism. Like this date changes so quickly, and I'm not sure the year of this movement. I should look that up, but that was like, watches have this kind of gradual improvement thing in the history. So this was an improvement where the date changed instantly over the previous model, at least in this line of ETA. 2452, it moved gradually before it snapped at the end. And then the 72, they made it just snap quickly. It's great, except for the minute hand. And then the question of how I place the minute hand so badly is also a weird question. Like, and then also when it snaps, does the hour hand jump, or is it still at midnight after the snap? And usually it seems to me that snap is kind of violent, and that can also cause this whole disruption, like a little disruption here that can alter, the gear could jump by one or more if we got slippage here. Come on. Oh, I want to look at something. Oh, cool. I'm like watching that, like I don't want to miss it, but because I'm recording video, I don't really need to even see it. I can watch it back in the video. One thing I'm worried is it's gonna I'm making a mistake and it's actually off by an hour. Oh, there it went. Okay, good. Perfect. 1225. And you can see the hour hand did jump forward about 10 degrees, but I don't think that's a mistake. That's just like the difference between that hand, the hour hand being held back by the resistance of the date setting mechanism. And then when that resistance is relieved, it just kind of flips to the other side of the gear. So it's not like it jumped anything. Okay, so that's good. The only problem now is trying to change that minute hand. I also want to look at this camera view. Okay, so let's try this. "25 minutes. I can always, if too much time passes, I can set it to midnight the next day or whatever. There's our case back with the 1 terabyte of storage. I think I got to get this into the movement holder before I do the work anyway. How is that almost in focus still? Okay. Oh, so what I talked about was using the crown and stem so that I can try to stop things from moving, stop the Minihand gear from moving by holding the crown. And I'm not sure if that works or not, but it's worth a try. So again, if I look at this, the idea is the hour and the Minihand are geared directly together. And this gear is also, the setting gear comes in from the other side. So when the crown is held, it should hold this gear, which should hold the Minihand gear from moving at all. And then I should be able to just tweak it. Tweak it meaning force it to slide. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to turn this around so I can hold the crown with my left hand. I would say that's working. Now, has it been 5 minutes already? Yeah, probably. So, what we can do to check this is go forward a day. Or actually, I should be able to go back to 8 o'clock. Oh wait, let's look at the 12 lineup. See, that's a lot better. Now if we go back to 8 o'clock, so I think I just saw the gear, the date setting reset. So now it should change date again at midnight. And even if it's not perfectly oh shit, that's weird. Why did it do that? I only changed it by half hour. So I'm gonna stop at 11:30. And let the regular. I think that was. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe I was just going too fast. Anyway, I'm not going to make you watch this for a half hour, but the thing I fixed, which is enough for me to be happy with this, is the alignment at 12 o'clock. And the thing I didn't get into is this whole question of like, is this going to be a stable operating mode without doing something else with this special washer that holds the minute hour hand assembly from going up and down, as would be the case if there was a dial on it and the dial spring was functioning as designed to hold this assembly down against the back of the dial. So I'm going to close it up. I'm going to be happy with it if it keeps time, and if regardless of when the date changes between 11:30 and 12:30. I think if you look at the position of this date change mechanism right now, it's not nearly ready to go, even though it's 11:30. So I think it's going to go at 12. But the other thing I have to do is I'm going to let this run by itself. I'm not going to record video of it for a half hour. I can start it back up again, but I'll miss it. I don't want to play this waiting game with the video. What will happen is eventually this will change the date, and then I'm going to change the time so it's not in the area where the date change occurs. So change the time to 6 a.m. or something. And that reason I want to do that is I want to remove the crown and stem not when it's in the date change range. Remove the crown and stem to put it back in the case. Put the crown and stem back in, and then test it in the case for 24 hours, and hopefully it's fine at that point. Okay, so I discovered something really interesting, which is the gear kept slipping. The hour hand gear kept slipping. So I don't know why in the many hours I've been doing this I didn't use the loop before. I think I was trying to do it with the iPhone, but there's an advantage of working with a loop, which is you can just kind of you can see what I'm doing even if you can't see what the result. I can look at this relationship between the hour hand gear and the minute hand, which is the next thing in the stack, and I can lift the hour hand gear. So what happened was it slipped when I was just experimenting with it. I could see it slip again, and the reason it's slipping again is because there's no dial on the watch, and the dial and the spring under the dial normally holds that hour hand wheel from popping up. So again, I'm trying to figure out a way, having no dial, to not need that. Some way to mitigate that problem where the hour hand gear pops up. So I can see perfectly well that this is a problem. I can lift the gear. I can lift the hour hand gear right up and move it around, and I can see it rocking around, when I'm doing settings, and I know that that's happening. So that's making it really frustrating to get the date and time set correctly. And then even if you get it set correctly, you're going to bump the watch. It's going to pop and do something different at some point. So first of all, I wanted to see, is it possible to show you this? Yeah. This is even using the Sony camera. The problem is the camera... Can I put this in manual focus? I think it just needs to be... Let's see. Basically, it's going to want to focus on whatever is more forward. Oh, there. If I reach the limit of focus... Cool. Okay, so... you should be able to see... I'm going to tweak it from behind, but you'll see the gear move up. So you can see this. This is the setting drive gear. The center one is the hour hand gear, and I'm just going to lift the hour hand gear. I'll do it from behind, but you should see it. See how that whole thing can come up? So as a result of that, it can pop. It pops as a result of tension on this, which is the date setting gear, which has some tension on it because of the springs. So that can cause the hour hand to like want to pop up and release that spring pressure. And then it can also happen on the other side. Now, see that? Now you can see below the minute hand, there's a gap. And that gap is the problem. That gap needs to be closed. And again, normally this little washer here, which is completely flattened out, but normally this is a spring that pushes up against the dial. Jeez. It pushes up against the dial and pushes down on that gear, and it keeps that from ever happening. Without the dial, we don't have that. So we need to insert something into this gap so that we can use this back pressure. Oh, the other thing I can look at here in the stack is, see, you got to hold the hour hand down, top of the hour hand gear, but you also have to hold the minute hand down, and that there's a little bit of play in there also. You see my washer come up and touch the bottom of that second hand. So the second hand has to, let's see if the second hand will come down at all. The second hand ultimately is anchored, like I said, below the, it's anchored down here and it just won't pull up. So if we get the right stacking of washers here, starting from the second hand and going down, we can use that to hold this hour hand gear down without the dial being in place, and that's the goal. So the thing I realized is that because I have this other movement, and the other movement has the hour hand gear from the pie pan dial, and the hour hand gear has a taller, I showed in a previous part of this video how that the brass extension above the hour hand gear is quite a bit taller on the dial with the high hands from the pie pan dial. It's so much taller that it means that you couldn't even put the minute hand above it, because when you stack it like that, it's too high for the minute hand on this, because the minute hand gear, which is below that, is from the low hand dial. So if you put a high hand hour gear on top of a low hand minute gear, they end up being kind of flush, and there's no place to press fit the minute hand. However, because it's so much taller, it's more height than we need, and we need to, but this is not enough height in the existing one. So the solution is to take the high gear and sand it down to the point where it's the right height to provide that constant, that relationship that we need where the second hand is holding everything down, we want it to provide the correct height. So that means the second hand holds the minute hand down, and the minute hand holds the hour hand gear down. And in order for that to be the case, the hour hand gear needs to be taller, but not as tall as it is now. So I just have to take the hour hand gear, sand it down half a millimeter, not even probably a quarter of a millimeter or whatever it is, so that the minute hand can go on top of it and crimp it, and then still provide pressure. So it's not really pressure. It's not like a. It's not. It's just enough. Like a. I think you get it. It's not pressure. It's only pressure if the gear tries to move where it shouldn't be. So it's not like a point of friction. Eventually, I suppose, after many years, it could wear and become sloppier, and eventually it will skip again. But that's going to take some time. If you think about this dial, how this brass spring that backs up against the dial works, that could last for many years because it's or not. Here you can see it got compressed. It's also very thin brass, enough rotation, and it's eventually going to wear out also. So I think it's fine. I think it could last for a long time, but I need to make that modification to that gear, and somehow I need to figure out how much to remove, and I need to remove the right amount. And unfortunately, the only way I can think of doing that is to do a tiny bit, reassemble it, do a tiny bit, reassemble it, and all that reassembly, taking it apart, putting it back together, I'll have to figure out an efficient way to do that without disassembling those plates and removing that lower drive gear that I call the catch and release gear, or whatever I call it. So I'll have to figure out a little process for doing that. But I think that would ultimately work. The only problem is now I'm not sure that my washer above the minute hand, which I made myself out of another second hand, that washer may not be enough. So this part of the movement of the upward, up and down, we can eliminate. But what about this right here? This is between the bottom of the second hand and the top of the second hand washer I made. And that's not a whole lot of movement, but it may be that I can just flip that over the gear that I made, or I may be able to press it so that it's slightly domed. So it may be drilled out on one side, so it may be that one side is not as efficient as pushing up as the other. So when I remove it, I can look at that and then flip it over, and flipping it over may put it make it the right thickness because there's no countersink in it. And like I said, if not, I might be able to press it and distort it. I don't think it'll distort though, because that was a kind of brittle steel that didn't want to bend; it wanted to break. Or I can make another one out of something else. It's just that is a very, very tiny thing. I could try to make it out of a different second hand that has a thicker hand overall. Okay, so that's the plan. So that's our taller hour hand gear. You could see its washer also in place. That's the one that normally presses against the back of the dial. So this is going to get sanded down, and then we're going to replace the one here with this one. Oh, so here graphically, this is the gear. So this is the Minahan gear. This is steel. This is in the middle of the gear that we're talking about. This is the hour hand gear, and the hour hand gear we have is too short. It leaves a gap right here. I should move this over here. So here this is the drive gear for the timing, and this is its relationship where it drive gear for the timing. This is the one that looks like kind of Swiss cheesed from above, and I call it the grip and slip because you want to be able to set the time even while the movement is engaged. And so it just slips when you override it with the power of the setting gear. This slips, but when you remove the power from the setting gear, it grips. So this is the slip and grip. This is kind of the watch case, or not case, but the main. I don't know what it's called, the core metal piece of the watch. And then up through this, you have the second-hand drive. And the second-hand drive goes all the way through, and it can't pull up because of something under here, like flange or whatever. So the second-hand, this part that holds the second-hand cannot be pulled up. So it can be used to push this whole stack down in lieu of not having this flex washer against the dial. So I know I've said all this before, but I'm just repeating it to myself. And also to clarify the modification I'm going to make. So this is the hour hand gear in profile. And right now the problem is the hour hand is able to go up because there's no spring against the dial. It's able to go up to the point where the top of its whatever cylinder that is around the Minahan gear, till the top of that actually touches the Minahan. Ooh, I see a problem. So if we're relying on the Minahan to provide that pressure. So what I was going to do is use the taller. I have a taller hour hand gear, which would come right up against the Minahan. I think that's fine. I was going to say it could get caught, but the Minahan it's drawn here as if it's really short in the back, but it's not. It has an extension back here. So, and plus its own, from above, it's probably going to be fine not to have a washer in there, because not in this area. You don't need a washer. Minahan will rotate as long as it doesn't like catch on a burr or something and try to move that. But even if it did, it's fighting the gear here. So the Minahan is never going to like touch this. There's not a lot of torque there. There's nothing for it to touch, for it to grab on. And here you have all the torque of the gearing. So Minahan should hold that down. We're going to use a taller hour hand gear to bring this right up to there. And then we may still have some slippage here because this washer that I made may not be thick enough. And this washer that I made also, it is getting caught on, that's the other problem. It's also getting caught on this chamfer, whatever you call it. The pin that the second hand thing fits on also has like, it gets thinner at the top. And this washer, because it came from it actually was a second hand, the center of a second hand. The hole in it was the right size for the top of this, not to go over the bottom. So it's also bottoming out at this point. Plus, it looked like, so one way to lower the second hand would be to remove part of the top of that pin with sandpaper. Then this can come down further, but it's not gonna. This is probably not going to go below the flange or where this second hand pin widens out. One of the things I think about when I'm making these videos is that I can edit it so that it seems like I kind of figured this stuff out quickly and did it quickly. And then, so when I laugh, I'm laughing at the fact that this is such a ridiculously long process that it's ridiculous. But I laugh because I'm like, no one has to know that. Like, I can just say it once. Right now I'm saying it 10 times. I'm trying to figure it out for myself, so I have to keep reminding myself, like, this is not something that I knew going into this. I'm figuring it out as I go. And if I figure it out and I don't make a drawing, if I don't really really understand what's going on here, I can figure it out 1 second and then put it aside and pull it out again and be like, I don't remember. So note-taking is important, planning is important, repetition is important, going slowly is important, thinking about it is important. And those things don't come out in a normal video of somebody repairing a watch. They just show you like, okay, I put this there, I put that there, I put that there. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you either know exactly what you're doing or you're editing out any part where you have any question about what you're doing. And, either way, that doesn't represent the average viewer. And so in a sense, I'm also representing, like, in the long form of this video, if I were to use it all, I'm also showing the reality of what, if you don't know what you're doing, this is probably the same experience that you're going to have. And I think a lot of people are interested in doing it, and even though they don't know what they're doing, and they're going to go through something like this. And nobody else is showing them that. So there's kind of like in between, like nobody's going to want to watch a 14-hour long video of somebody like, taking 20 minutes or 40 minutes to observe something or repeatedly do something, or 3 minutes just to try to get a screw on a magnetic tip of a screwdriver and into a screw hole. That's who wants to watch that? But that's the reality of this, of watchmaking. If you're an amateur, I do think if you were an expert, if you worked in a factory and all you did was assemble, you'd have the right tools. And this would just be like putting together a car. That's what I'm realizing. And particularly once you start making it so that it's robotic, like the Japanese, nobody's touching anything. The screw is going into the hole and being screwed in with the perfect torque by a machine. And actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm not sure that that's the case. I know that a lot is done robotically, and particularly with the manufacturer. Assembly, I'm not so sure. And I think also with any of these products that are made in Asia or any place, not to specify Asia, but you kind of never know, unless you do know, how much labor is going into it and what the nature of that labor is, whether it's humane or not. And maybe like who would want, if you hire young children or young people to assemble watches, on the one hand, they can become like robots and they can do it very fast, much faster than a 58-year-old dude in Switzerland. But but it's also not very fun work. Even if you're fast at it, it's got to suck being a robot. So there's also an argument for like letting robots do all this work. But then eventually, if everything is made by robots, I guess it just becomes disposable. Like nobody can repair it. Nobody has the skills to repair it because it was not made in a way that it could be repaired by a human anyway. And I guess we're more and more getting into that realm, and I'm not sure that matters. I like Louis Rossman's Right to Repair videos and everything, like the everything that he represents in terms of like you know what the issue with repair is, once you start making things that are not repairable and not understandable to anybody unless they're in the robotics industry in terms of robotic manufacturing, is that you start to exclude any of this self-learning from your society. Like, people can't go to an electronics store and buy some parts and build and figure out how to build something. Take one thing apart, look at how it's built, buy some parts, build their own thing. They can't follow that path to learning and self-education and creativity. The only way to get into that creative position would be to go down this whole career path of becoming a robotics engineer that goes into manufacturing, goes into setting up the robotics for manufacturing, and then also having a creative instinct and being able to, I don't know, at that point you learn to make your own thing using robotics. It turns every creation into like a corporate thing where you have teams of engineers, people designing things that can't actually be made by humans, that are going into this workflow that is not individual. It's a group workflow with departments and departments. And that's how a lot of things have been being designed and manufactured for a long time. And it also may be why, I mean, to some extent, there's both sides of it, right? But that also may be why the world is changing in ways that it's already done. It's already over. Like, I'm not predicting the future of how this is going to impact people. If I go back to my own, when I was a kid, I went to Radio Shack. I bought the electronics parts. I built things myself. I took things apart to see how they were built. But electronics is a lot easier too, because electronics is basically a physical metaphor for logic. So like, if you, or another way to look at that is electronics are like programming. It's software. The electronic part of it is you call it hardware, but it's really just a hardware implementation of a software idea, like a logic, like a NAND gate or a OR gate or a JK flip-flop or a latch or a silicon controlled rectifier or whatever. They are all just logic functions that have a physical manifestation. So you can put them on a printed circuit board and they'll do what they're supposed to do, but they're not this interaction of gears and cogs and wheels and springs and all this stuff of watches. So the mechanical world of watches and mechanical watches has been open to repair and is still open to repair, even though it's in this tiny world. There's some things that I would say are not really open to repair, which would be some of the Japanese electronics, mechanical electronics. At the end of everything has kind of gone to digital now in terms of recording devices and stuff, but I have like a micro DAT recorder, Sony micro DAT recorder, that I think it could be interesting to take that apart and look at that from the point of view of like, was this robotically assembled, and would it be possible to repair it, period? And are there, in any case, with mechanical things in the future, we're going to get to a point where they are not human repairable because they were not made by humans, and no human has the ability to do the thing that the robot was designed to do. I think that's what I'm trying to say ultimately. And then we get into this realm of like the corporate construct is the only way to be creative in mechanical design, electronic design. I guess the tools will also just flow into people's hands. The people can't be excluded from the electronic design tools, so people can still figure out how to do it. There's also the cost threshold of like making things, but that's kind of a feature of technological progress as well. Costs on one side go down, but complexity goes up, and somewhere there's a middle ground that maybe I shouldn't be so worried that we'll create a world in which only corporate designs can be made, or not any worse than it is already. Which maybe it is already so bad that that's already a problem. Okay, so that's the. It's more fun to talk than to do this. Can I just go back to talking, please? Okay. So I need to remove the second hand without putting upward pressure on the slip and grip gear. And as long as all the pressure is on the second hand, that shouldn't be a problem. But the minute hand, I'll need to put some back pressure on the hour hand gear. So this is complicated too. Like no matter what you use to back, if you don't want something to fly away, you have to put some kind of resistance on it. And then if you pull too hard, you're going to be yanking the thing into that resistance. So if I lay this across the second hand so the second hand doesn't go flying, then when that release happens, I've got a momentum against a static object thing that bends the second hand. So that's another thing. Again, I ordered a Presto tool from Bergeon and they haven't sent it yet. I have a feeling it's made in China and they're not going to get it. So what if I actually anchor this on the center? And then grab it from the sides. Oops. Okay, it kind of worked. The other thing is I need to switch back to this higher. Let's see. I have this plan now. This is going to be super interesting. Not related to the watchmaking thing. Just that this video system is such an interesting communication tool. I'm super psyched about it. There's some double stick tape under there, but it's not functioning. So that means that this can slip around, but that's okay, whatever. Then we're going to need focus on that. Change this. I like the idea of this being a really low angle view, particularly because of this stacking thing. And it keeps it out of the view of that shot. But it needs to be like that. And then if you go up here, yeah, that's cool. So I got the second hand off. Minute hand. Okay, so for the minute hand, my theory is I can hold the hour hand gear down. Oh, I wanted to show you something. If I need the minute hand to go, the second hand to go down. Oh, I need to remove that washer that I made. Okay, so this is the washer that I made. Let me remove it in camera here. I'm going to use Rodico for that. Where'd that Rodico go? So this is the washer that I made. And what I was saying is that it's a little bit countersunk on this side and not on this side. So if I flip it over, it might settle lower, which is good. And then the second hand can come down until it touches this. So the minute hand has no play between this and the second hand. The only thing is the second hand is capped at the top, so it can't go down infinitely. It has, oops. See, the second hand has this thing on the bottom, like a cylinder on the bottom that clasps over that. But there's a limit on how far down it will go because it's closed at the top. But that limit on how far down it goes, so what I'm trying to look at now is like, is it contacting my washer? Shouldn't this eventually come into focus? Yeah. So I'm trying to see, is that contacting my washer or not? If it's contacting the top of the washer and the top of the washer is not countersunk, then that should provide sufficient downward pressure on the minute hand that the minute hand can then provide that additional pressure to the new hour hand gear, which will be taller. You can see under the minute hand there's a gap, and we need to close that gap by using the taller hour hand gear. But the thing I want to look at with the loop is if there's any play, because I flipped over my homemade washer, so the countersinking is down. I don't think there's any play. I think it's perfect. Yeah. So what I was going to say is if the second hand needed to come down more, I could sand off the top of that second hand pin, and that would allow the second hand, which is capped on the top, to come down further. But that does not appear to be necessary. So I could try to remove this again. What I have to remember is that I do think it matters how I use my new gear. I mean, my new washer. It needs to be countersink down, flat side up. And then in order to get that minute hand off, I need to hold this is because I don't have the back pressure of the dial. I have to hold the hour hand gear down while lifting on the minute hand. Okay, and then this is the top of our minute hand gear, and then below this we have the top of our hour hand gear. So you have second hand pin, minute hand press fit gear thing, and then that's the steel, and then you have brass, which is the hour hand, and you can see the hour hand attached to that there. So we're going to replace this gear with a taller gear because we have, I don't know what it is, 1/4 of a millimeter of play or whatever, but it's enough play in here that when the pressure mounts on that gear, on the hour hand gear, it can ride up like that and disengage or skip. And so we're going to replace that with this. And this is from the high hand pipe hand dial, which also, I mean, pipe hand design of the movement, which is the movement I'm using, and that's why it has the high second hand. But it has the low minute hand gear, and you can see the low minute hand gear is too low right now. I could try to put the minute hand on it right now. It's a good idea. And just kind of prove that it doesn't work. And it's possible that it does work. That it actually goes inside there. I'm just watching it to see if it's moving. Yeah, so that's interesting. The minute hand is actually moving right now. but my feeling is, so that's kind of, well, I could put the second hand on top of that and see if that solves the problem already. I feel like the minute hand needs to come down a hair though. But that's kind of what we want. It's just that the minute hand it needs to come down like 1/10 of a millimeter just to get a better grip on that. And also, why not, you know? If we take this minute hand off, see how easily that falls off? That's a risk too. It needs to be, if we take it off and put it on without, there's a point I got to be careful. I don't want to jam that on there right now. See, I'm already going to be fighting that slip and grip gear, and I don't want to fight that. But maybe I can show you this visually. Yeah, so see the minute hand gear has a, let's see if we can get that to focus. See, there's a limit on how far down that minute hand can go. You see the second tier. You see the second hand pin. You see the minute hand area, and then it gets a little bit fatter. So the minute hand wants to go down and rest on that ledge, and we want it to do that. So to do that, we have to take off a tiny bit of material off of this gear, because right now it's just not enough. The minute hand is just barely gripping on this little lip that's sticking above. Oh wait, but we need to make sure that's down. Okay. It's almost there, but it needs a bit more. So then the question is how to sand that 600 grit sandpaper, and then how to keep it flat against, don't want it to be that angled. Definitely want to keep it flat. But I think I can do that. So normally I would do the sanding somewhere else, not around the movement, but in order to show what I'm doing. So my plan is to use a clothespin as a sanding block, basically to keep the gear flat, and then use double stick tape to double stick the gear to the clothespin, and then if I keep the clothespin flat, the gear will be flat, and I'll end up taking off evenly around that. So we need to flip this over. Need to double stick. That should be fine. I was asking myself, does it matter if there's more tape surface there than necessary? And it doesn't matter because we have some thickness to that gear. We're not sanding the gear itself, we're sanding the bottom of it. One concern will be getting the gear off of the double stick without damaging it. But now the other thing is how to keep track of how much I've removed. I think I just have to do that visually. I notice, I'll move this away from the dust. It feels to me like that gear is a little bit rounded on the corners as well. So if I just get rid of the rounding, that's almost enough. Like it's radiused. Now is this going to work? You can see also that how much material, this is a weird way to do it, but you can look at the sandpaper in the end and you can see how much residue is on the sandpaper. See that? That's how much you took off. Hey, the other thing is I was talking about when I was planning this, I was talking about how I have to keep reassembling it, which is true, but it's only 2 pieces. It's really easy. So I can just go sand a little, reassemble. If I didn't do it enough, sand a little more. So I took the dust, the clean that with that Radico, and you can kind of tell already. I think I've probably taken off the amount that I was planning. I used the Radico to clean a little bit more. Now I need to see if I can remove this gear without damaging it. And I'll probably have to do some more, so I'll probably have to put it back. This doesn't look that difficult to do. I just wanted to do it on camera. So my feeling is I probably should do something to make that. I think that's fine, but I should do something to make that double stick less sticky next time, because it's not necessary for it to be that sticky. Okay, so now we're going to try this again. I'm worried because I feel like it's not slipping down there, and I'm worried that there could be some residue from something inside there. Either stickiness from the tape or metal. It's almost like it should be cleaned again. Almost. Is it just the alignment there? Is it? Okay, so I feel like it's like it's binding on something inside the gear, and I don't really want to ultrasonically clean the inside of this gear right now. So it just seems like shouldn't be necessary. But that should not, maybe I just, let's try one more time and then. Ugh. Okay, so I think you get it. A tiny bit more of that minute hand thing is now exposed. But there's more to go. I would say that was about halfway there. Which, to be honest, is kind of what I want to do. Now, what I can do to make this less sticky is just get some of my oil from my fingers on it, or whatever is on my fingers.
See, that came off a lot easier. That was amazing. It really feels like any dust that goes inside there becomes a problem, and I suppose not surprising. It's just that it's, even with a magnifying glass, it's smaller than you can fathom. As human beings, like, what we can't see, out of sight, out of mind. But it's there, and the tolerance is so tight that you can't have it. You can't have little bits of metal in there. I know I should be doing this completely differently. It's so wrong to be... Everything I'm doing right now is so wrong. But you can see I'm just trying to use the Rodico to give the Rodico a chance to pull anything out of that. And you can look at that and you can see some residue. And that residue is what's causing the problem. And also, when I place it there dirty, I'm transferring residue. That's also why what I'm doing is wrong. Like, I did try to clean up the residue after I placed it last time, but... Okay. So we're just going to test now and see how much grip we get. Eventually the hour hand will have to be under this, but for now it's just a question of, like, if I press that on, what happens? How... I want the second hand to... the minute hand to attach. I don't want it to be at risk of falling off. Still seems like it's too easy to fall off.
So the thing about removing material... Wait, this still seemed to go up. That bothers me. The idea is that the second hand holds this thing down. Oh, I know why it goes up. It's going up as a unit. Because we got the minute hand does hold that. The minute hand holds the hour hand gear down, but the second hand is required to hold the minute hand down. Okay, so the minute hand is moving. The question is, how easily will it fall off? That's still pretty easy. Well, maybe not. Yeah, it feels like it just fell, even though it was... So just twitching it made it fall. So that's it's not enough. Now the other problem is the second hand itself could be tighter. This is what I tried to do before, is just like tighten up. The way I would make this tighter is I would pinch this. See that? Pinch. Now you may think, that's not going to make a difference. But it can make a difference. Okay, so I'm going to go with that because I'm afraid of removing too much material from the hour hand gear. And I can always go back and remove more later if I need to. The second hand seems to be getting enough grip. Maybe I'll pinch it out a little bit more before I put it on the final time. The hour hand, we need to remove it from this other gear. I think we're also going to want to pinch this a bit. Okay, so then the other thing I want to do is, for this, I want to find I think I decided I want to pinch that a little bit more too before the final. Now, because of that downward pressure, I need to ease off, flex this down a little bit to flatten it out again. That should be good. Now, don't want to forget about our washer. Focus. So now we're going to look for the date change. And to do this, it can be important to hold down this. Is basically the thing we've done is made it so the watch holds this down by itself. Now I can watch this mechanism and see when the date change is coming up. Here it's coming. Oh, that's the 12 noon fake out. Oh wait, no, here it's coming. That's not the 12 noon fake out. There it is. Okay, so that's 12. Now we know at 12 it actually snaps forward a bit. I'm tempted to double check this because it sucks to build the whole watch and then realize it's not right. So now that I think I've got it right, I can just go around again. I can actually reverse because this should work, and if it doesn't work, then something's wrong. So I reverse. Here it comes. So that seems good. Then we're going to do the second hand, min ands, right? Okay, unfortunately, the hour hand needs to go down a little bit more. It's not really a problem, but I do not want to go too far. Okay. Now what happens is, while you're doing that, several minutes pass, and it's important to take that into account. Okay, so I think I'll just proceed now because I'm going to put this secondhand washer and then the second hand if it doesn't work, I can always remove it. But right now I want to test my stacking thing from the point of view of if things are still going to slip around, then this is a failure. Might as well find that out sooner than later. That does not look good. You know what's happening there, right? Well, actually, let's see what's happening before I make an assumption. Okay, so I got all my stacking perfect. The problem is it seems to have some resistance associated with it. And that resistance, that's why normally they use the dial instead of the second hand as the pressure point. But the fact that we had resistance is a good sign in some sense. So this is typical, like the other thing is just like you have to worry about all the stacking. Got to have the full 24-hour movement without any hands bumping into each other. If this thing doesn't go at midnight, I'll just be like so fed up. It looks too early to me. Looks like it's going to go any minute now. Come on, we're in the zone. Ooh. Okay, so the only last thing I think is I think I want to use a little bit of mystery oil. Mystery watch oil of unknown viscosity. And it's because of the friction of the second hand stopping, like if that happens, anything that slows down the second hand means the watch won't keep time. So when you have a watch that doesn't keep time, ooh, that was interesting too, though. Just what I needed was to remove that second hand. While putting some oil on this stuff. So I actually flipped the countersinking on the homemade washer to the other side on purpose because I feel like the second hand is not getting as much grip as it needs now. And I think it doesn't have as much contact area as it should. This might be easier to do with Ryko. Okay, it's on the 24th now. I'm going to wait until it changes to the 25th. And then also I just engaged the movement, so I want to make sure that it moves. And that this minute hand is moving. I noticed this thing about shaking, and I've noticed that like you can be perfectly steady and then all of a sudden you can kind of quote unquote get the shakes when doing this kind of work. And I had this experience where I was hiking and I wear prescription glasses all the time. So I was hiking and I took my glasses off and then I looked at my finger and my finger was shaking. And it was actually shaking. Like I asked my wife to confirm, is my finger shaking? And then I put my glasses on and I looked at my finger and it was not shaking. And then I took my glasses off and I put my finger there and it was shaking, and then took the glasses off. Sorry, on it was not shaking, off it was shaking. So 24th is the date as it's set now. So I was like, what's going on here? And what I believe is that when you wear glasses all the time, like I do, your vision becomes your brain's relationship with what it sees conforms to the distortion of the glasses. So, like if you're a person who wears glasses, you know the experience of going from no glasses to glasses or changing your prescription. When you change your prescription, you walk out and you're like, or particularly if you switch to something like bifocal or whatever it's called, varifocal lenses, you you walk out of the glasses place and you're like, oh, like it's different. Your vision is different. And then eventually you get used to it. Your brain compensates for everything and it looks normal. But then when you remove your glasses, you have the same thing again. You have some distortion. First of all, you have like things are not as in focus. And because they're not as in focus, you don't notice the distortion. But there's distortion also, and that distortion is what you see before your brain adjusts from one prescription to another. Okay, so what I figured about about the shaking finger thing was when I remove my glasses, I introduce that distortion that my brain has compensated for when the glasses are on. And then when I look at my finger, my brain actually starts trying to reconcile the fact that my finger is not exactly where it thinks it should be, and it starts trying to compensate and go like, get the finger in the right place, because this distortion thing has to be worked out somehow. And rather than just believe that the finger, the brain, rather than believing like, okay, wait, I see my finger there, but I feel my finger is somewhere else, it starts doing this thing which is like trying to correct it on this micro level, and you get shake. And when you remove the distortion by putting the glasses back on, which again, that's unnatural, but your brain has already conformed to that distortion reality warping. So when you change it back, the shaking stops. And there's like the phantom limb experiment. There's some other experiments that kind of confirm that our brains are weird like that. Like thinking something is misinterpreting what you see and thinking, okay, it's not really the same thing, the phantom limb, but it may be related because they're both kind of anomaly to common sense. This is definitely going to be perfect. Now the question is, after I have to set from the 24th, today is the 18th, so I have to set that. I have to do a lot of fooling with that to get the date set right, and then let it run for a day or two and see if it never skips, even setting and not setting. And anyway, I know it's going to go any minute. It's not going to go till 12:20 or 12:05 even. It's probably going to go in 14 seconds. That'd be hilarious. Oh my God. We're off by 5 seconds. Off by 10 seconds. 15. You have 45 seconds to change, or else I'm going to be very upset. Come on, do it. Change. What are you waiting for? That's nothing. A minute's no problem. Just do it. I bet a little oil would make it go faster. It's fine. It's going to go any minute now. Any second. It'd be funny if it is in the fake out mode and it just doesn't go. It's crazy. Why can't I see? You can't really see what's happening right now. I see what's going to slip, but then when it moves, it's so fast. You're like, what was that? I want to go get some water, but I don't. The suspense is too gripping. You can see in that date setting gear is just about to go. It's just like, I know that position. That is the position where it's about to change. How long can it be suspended in that position? Not very long. And if I've solved that problem of the jumping gear, then the watch is fixed as long as the friction from all the customization doesn't cause the second hand to stop like it did a moment ago. Come on, that's fine. 2 minutes after right now is what we're coming up on. I can live with 2 minutes. What I can't live with is anything more than 5 minutes. I can just push this minute hand back right now and be like, hey, it's perfect. I think I'm going to do that because I don't want to be upset. And in fact, this is already upsetting me. But to push that minute hand, I have to wait until it goes on a natural. To push the minute hand, I have to pull the crown. Because otherwise, if I push it just pushes the gear. It pushes everything. I wonder if anybody else could see what it is right now that, like, what's going to slip and cause this date to change. And then it'll be fun to look at it frame by frame and see if it happens in a single frame at 25 frames a second, which is the camera speed. There it goes. 5 minutes after, not too bad. Let's make it better. So I gotta pull this out. And this is dangerous. The second hand could easily pop off and get loose. Sorry, the minute hand. I'm really playing with fire here, but I don't care. I've done this so many times. I'm not sure what I would do without it.
I just want to get the extra, like, couple degrees out of this. That should do it, but it's hard to believe that that would do it, but let's see. It's also possible I totally screwed it up. Let's do this in slow motion because I don't feel like doing the whole waiting 10 minutes again. So the only problem is I fucking did it too much. So I want to force this back a tiny hair while holding okay. Something else I want to do while I'm looking at it is clean the that is scary how dirty that is, and like the fact I've been touching everything. Shit. Okay, so anyway, we should be able to, we'll do a slow approach. We're looking at changeover time and also the alignment of the hands at midnight. Oh, did it change already? Could have, no. That's close enough. Now I need to look again at the stacking of everything. Those hands are almost touching, so that's an issue. Minute and hour hand.
So I'm trying to show off in theory this is done now. Okay, I just want to show off. So now if I try to nudge, let me make sure that's in focus. If I try to nudge underneath the hour hand, the stack cannot lift. It's held down by all this crap. And therefore, we've overcome the absence of a clock dial, a watch dial, and it's the normal thing, which is for this spring to hold the hour gear in hand. We've done it through the stack. And that's my contribution to watchmaking. You're welcome. So now I'm going to put this in a case. Put that in. Remove the stem. And crown. I've got the other crown, which is more waterproof. At some point I was wondering if I was having a crown problem, a stem problem. Okay, question. I think I will do this again. The gasket. So we're going to close this up. Now, eventually, I'm going to have to put my preferred data on my 1 terabyte. Storage. And my idea for that is to put a encrypted zip file that contains like a survival kit of data, which is like everything. If everything was lost, everything that matters, but encrypted so that in case somebody finds it or it gets stolen or whatever, I don't feel like, oh my God, somebody's got my data. Somebody in a million years, or whatever, somebody will open the watch and be like, what's this? Oh, so the other thing I already did though on the SD card was I put outside of the encrypted volume, because I did some testing, of course. Outside of the encrypted volume, there's a README file that has contact info. So if somebody happens to end up with the watch in their hands who has some integrity, they could be like, I found a watch with an SD card inside and told me to contact you. And then I'll be like, for your honesty, you get to inherit Digital Air Incorporated, all of its assets, like in Ready Player One or whatever. You missed that, but that was perfect. Okay, so actually what I want to do is check the backwards. You know, this going backwards is how you go through the... That's how the date setting works on this. So, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. I don't think you want to watch me do this 18 times. I think I'll do it anyway. Backwards, forwards. So it looks like 2 minutes after is where we ended up here. Today is the 18th. Now, one of the reasons I want to do this is that basically, if that gear was bouncing around, you wouldn't be able to do this. All that pressure each time, eventually it takes its toll and it starts to not behave. So our whole stacking thing works. And I wouldn't be surprised if the watch stops tonight because of friction, and then the whole project ends up being a waste of time. But it's not a waste of time because I learned kind of so much about watchmaking from doing this. And I gained a lot of confidence about working in the world, the small world of watch. And kind of also the joy of mechanical, I don't know why, but mechanical things, it's a joy. Okay, so 18, that's today. So we'll go to noon, so we don't forget that we're in the, okay, so it's PM, and now it's almost 4, it's 3:59 just about. So I want to admire 3 o'clock, and then go to 3:59. And that's it. So this was the crown out of this, or stem and crown out of the spare movement, which is not as waterproof because this was a new crown I bought from Cousins UK. Oops. That's our final. And I'm not going to show you the loom again because we've done that a few times. But that project is probably actually done. Now, I'll put the strap back on it. So there are a lot of times in the repair of this watch where I felt like rationally I should just stop and stop wasting my time. And I kind of felt like if I follow this through to the point where it's actually working, and if it works consistently, which is not guaranteed until a few days have passed at least. If I stop, I have that feeling of like I gave up on something. And if I don't stop, I have that feeling at the end of like, I figured this out. I kept going with it. And the question of like, this is only a 25 franc watch, or 50 if you include the spare. That's about 55 US dollars, 10 for the, or even less, I think, for the new crystal. Let's say 10 for the crystal and the crown because they were inexpensive, as I recall. So that's like $65. Again, the clasp was from the garbage. The gold bar in the strap is worth as much as the watch cost me, I would say. 1 gram of gold, $50. So when you start making this calculation, like it's not worth putting 12 hours of time into it, because 12 hours of time in a different realm where you're getting paid by, you know, if you divide your annual income by days and what's 12 hours worth or whatever. Of course, you can get into this thing where like you should just go buy $1,000 watch or $5,000 watch, or $20,000 watch, instead of wasting 12 hours on a $50 watch. However, there's a different calculus too, which is like not about money per se, but about value and about what you learn and what you gain in confidence and what you gain in understanding of your own abilities and your own ability to learn. And for me, the thing about watches is like this thing of learning, becoming confident about this world where micromechanical technology, the evolution of humans all across humanity, across all of our evolution, and this micromechanical technology kind of matured to this point, and this is the realm in which we work and watchmakers work, and it's not so untouchable. It's not nuclear physics or genetic medicine or something that's so specialized that, this is something that's across culture and it's across time, and it goes back to the time before all this new technology, because it's purely mechanical. And it's just a pleasure to have a sense of like, I understand that world. I understand my ancestors. I understand the processes, the steps by which people got to the point of making more and more complicated things. And I would say there's still like such an amazing amount of engineering in these watches, mechanical watches, pre-digital design. It's still mind-blowing. They did one design after another. They made them mechanically. They made them work. They imagined them and drew them on paper, and then they made them work. And now you can simulate a lot in the computer. So I think it's easier to design new movements today. Not necessarily easier because the computer doesn't do it for you. You still have to do all the work. It's just a better drafting tool that can simulate. Computers can simulate a lot more about mechanics than people could do on paper. But when people were building watches, designing watches on paper, the computer was in their head, and I don't think it was any less capable than a modern computer. I think it was probably more capable in a lot of ways. They had the drawings, they knew what was happening in their head, and they knew from experience of touching the materials and everything what would work and what wouldn't work and what gear shape was required, and then all these like incremental changes over time. It's just like a beautiful evolution of a technology that's by its sheer size and scale, it's insane, and it seems almost out of touch to us today. But in terms of history and of the culture of humanity, it's not out of touch. It is it's a historical fact. Human beings did this. Anyway, that's my lecture for the day, and that was super fun. Thanks for watching whatever part of this you may have watched, and that's it.